Good afternoon, members, officers and members of the public in the public gallery and any members of the public viewing on the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of the Scrutiny and Overview Committee of South Cambridgeshire District Council. I am just going to extend a special welcome to one member of the public who's joined us, which is Dr. Toomey Hawkins, former councillor. Dr. Toomey Hawkins, it's great to see you back in the chamber. So my name is Richard Williams, Councillor Richard Williams, and I am chairing this meeting. My vice chair is Councillor Bear Park, who is sitting on my right. I will introduce other attendees to the meeting when I invite them to speak. Committee members, may I remind you that you should have before you the main agenda for the meeting. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed, and by your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you are deemed to have consented to being filmed and to the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archived recording. So the normal procedure at Scrutiny and Overview Committee meetings is to review and make recommendations to Cabinet by affirmation. Only those members of the committee present in the chamber will be able to move or second motions or affirm. However, members present virtually may speak during the debate. And may I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. For those of us present in the room, please ensure that your microphone is close to you and speak clearly when addressing the room. Finally, a report of this meeting will be presented to Cabinet at its meeting on the 21st of July 2026. We have a few members here who are not members of the committee, so just to say that we'll follow the normal practice. It's great to have other members here. We'll take questions from committee members first, and then we'll take any questions from any other members who are present after that. Okay, so that's item one. Item two, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies, Natalie?
We do, Chair. We've got apologies for absence from Councillors Mark Lunn. Mark Lunn will be substituted by Councillor Anna Bradnam. Councillor William Scantlebury, substituted by Councillor Helen Leeming. Councillor Dr. James Hobro, substituted by Councillor Sunita Hansraj, and Councillor John Jeffreys.
Thank you very much. Okay, so item three, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? Councillor Booth.
So I think it's probably just right and proper to say that I am employed in the field of big infrastructure. So I'm currently seconded to a water company. That's my background and experience. So any comments or questions that I might have relating to that are very much my opinion and not that of my employer. And obviously I'll try and not say anything that is conflictive by its very nature. So
thank you very much. Any other members wish to make a declaration? Okay, great, thank you. So if any interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point. Okay, so item 4, minutes. Members should have seen the minutes of the meeting on the 4th of June 2026. So do members have any suggested amendments relating to the accuracy of those minutes? None? Okay, in that case, I move approval of the minutes as a true and accurate record. Could we all affirm that? Agreed? Nope. On Councillor Bradnam?
I abstain because I wasn't there at that meeting.
Okay. Members present. Councillor Leeming? Same. Okay. So, excluding Councillor Bradnam and Councillor Leeming, who are not present, are members who were present at the time happy to affirm those minutes? Agreed? Agreed. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, the committee therefore agrees and approves the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of June as a true and accurate record. Okay, so that's item 4. Item 5, public questions. We haven't had any, so we haven't received any public questions, so we can move on from that straight to the main business of the meeting, which is item 6, which is the proposed submission of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan Regulation 19 consultation. So just to recap for members, I know most people in the room know this. So what we're going to do, how we're going to deal with this item is we are going to, first of all, have a presentation from officers. So thank you very much, officers, for attending. They'll give us a presentation for 15 or 20 minutes covering some key themes that we've raised. And following that, we'll then move into questions from members, which we will group according to themes, which we'll put on the screen after the officers' presentation. Okay, I will just say before I hand over to officers, I am intending to take fairly regular comfort breaks throughout. So I think we'll be aiming for a short break at around about 7 o'clock. If we're still going at 8, we'll have a slightly longer break at 8, but you never know, we might or might not be here. Okay, thank you very much. So could I hand over to officers? Oh, you certainly can.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just very, very briefly, I appreciate it's going to be really handy to have an introduction from officers. So I appreciate there are quite a few new members on the committee that might not have gone through a local plan process before or have been familiar with our current existing local plan. But just a few words from me on the paper that we're looking at today. So this is probably, the local plan is probably the most important thing that we will do in the planning department. It's essentially the blueprint of development over the next 20 years. So it's very, very important that we do get it right. So bringing this paper through the scrutiny process here and at the City Council before it then goes to the two cabinet meetings is key. So I think this process here this evening is a vital one. So, please do, give us sort of the questions that you do want to ask on this paper, because it is, as I say, the most important document that the planning department at this council will be publishing. So what we're looking at here are essentially the changes that have been made by the department to the first draft of the local plan that was put out to public consultation in December, January this year. The officers are going to present to you what the main changes are, but it's just worthwhile saying that an absolutely astronomical amount of work has gone into this document. You will have seen that there are some thousands of pages of information that have been presented. All of them have been uploaded onto the website, and I don't expect everyone to have gone through every single one with a fine-tooth comb, but it does demonstrate what is essentially years of work to get to this point by the team here at the local authority. So, I think just wanted to put that on record that I think the team's done an absolutely fantastic job to get us where we are today, and yeah, I just wanted to make that point before we jumped into the business. So yeah, I'll hand over to the officers to run through the introduction.
Thank you. So we're going to give a presentation on, effectively, we're going to start off by, how did we get here? We've been working on this plan for some time, so we want to remind particularly new members the journey we've been on to reach this point. We want to give an overview of the consultation we did earlier this year. And then, well, what happens next? What is the proposed submission stage? What's the timeline through to hopefully submission and adoption of the local plan? Then my colleagues sitting behind me are going to go through what's the content of the proposed submission plan in front of you, including what have we changed from the draft plan that was consulted on in response to comments or response to new evidence that we've included in the reports. And then we'll also pick up on some of the key delivery issues, which have been sort of running themes really throughout this plan-making process. So how did we get here? Well, some of the members, I think, have been on this journey with us since about 2020, and we've done several stages of public consultation to get to this point. They started back in 2020 with a overarching consultation. What should the plan do? What are the key issues we should consider? Then we moved forward looking more at the preferred options, so getting more specific about the issues the council felt the plan should address and how it should address them. And we got a huge number of comments at those times which we considered. Then we had, it's fair to say, a bit of a pause whilst we addressed some of those complex delivery issues around the plan, water and so on. And we consulted earlier this year on a fully worked up, or mainly worked up, draft plan and a set of supporting documents to gather feedback before we prepared this draft proposed submission local plan in front of you today. What you have in your packs of information is you have a draft proposed submission local plan, but you also have a policies map which give the spatial expression of the policies in that local plan. In coming up with a plan, we're required to test the sustainability of that document with an appraisal and a habitat regulator assessment. You've got topic papers showing how we got here and how we developed those individual policies. You've got a statement of consultation, which specifically includes a summary of all the consultation feedback we've received and how we've responded to that feedback. All the representations we received are on the council's website. They're all published. You've got a statement of common ground, which shows how we've worked with all our neighbouring bodies, neighbouring councils, statutory bodies like Historic England and so on, and a whole suite of other evidence, which seeks to demonstrate why the policies we put forward are sound. It's important to remember that whilst we've been through several stages of perhaps very open consultation, what do you think about these issues, and gathering feedback through all sorts of consultation events, now at the Regulation 19 stage, what we're proposing to agree here is the plan the council would like to put forward for adoption. The consultation at the stage coming up would focus on, is the plan sound? And those are the tests of soundness set out in national policy, are on the screen. And is it legally compliant? So the consultation process would focus on asking those questions. The consultation would be for, we think, 8 weeks. Now, we will need to run that starting in August. That's not something we would normally do, but we have to meet the government's deadline. So we are, as we're doing what's called a legacy local plan under the current system, the government have set us a deadline of submitting that plan by the end of the year. And in order to meet that timeline, we need to carry out the consultation over the summer in order to get those representations back in front of you in the autumn to get it ready for submission. We will be carrying out consultation exercises, so we will be holding events, we'll be advertising the consultation through posters and so on. We will be learning lessons from the consultation. We seek every time to improve on the consultation we've done before. We had some feedback on the consultation we've just completed about our use of AI and our particular choices of events and so on. So we'll definitely try and improve and learn lessons as we move forward to the next stage. The next step beyond that would be, clearly we have the cabinet meeting, or a meeting of the 2 cabinets at the same meeting coming up next week. We would then seek to carry out the consultation. We would then bring back those comments to a joint cabinet meeting in November, and there would seek approval to go to the full council meetings to seek agreement to submit those plans to the government. And after that, it would be in the hands of the planning inspectorate. They would hold an independent examination. That examination would consider the comments that are put in by members of the public and so on at this next consultation stage. And I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So to talk about the development strategy, the first thing that plans are required to do is identify the objectively assessed need for development for homes and other uses. We've continuously sought to do that via understanding our economy, noting the strength of the particular key sectors in our area. Since draft plan, we have not changed our understanding of our needs in substantive terms. Further evidence that we've completed since the draft plan stage confirms that the draft plan understanding of around 73,000 jobs over the plan period remains a reasonable assessment of what the most likely forecast is. At draft plan stage, we identify that the government's calculation for the minimum number of homes needed would support that most likely number of jobs. The data behind that standard method calculation has changed a bit, such that the total number of homes we need to plan for has dropped by around 99 homes over the 21-year period. So that's why I'm saying minimal changes. It's almost not noticeable. In terms of representations to the draft plan, a lot of people said they thought we should be planning for fewer homes. A lot of representations said we should be planning for a lot more homes, particularly citing the government's ambitions for the area and also the Combined Authorities Local Growth Plan. Our assessment of our needs for homes and jobs is based on data and evidence, and we consider that the government's aspirations and the local growth plan are both couched in terms of aspiration and ambition rather than that data-led, most likely and objectively assessed needs, so we consider that to be a robust approach. In terms of where to focus growth, repeated plans over the last few years have taken essentially a sequential approach, so recognising the sustainability of Cambridge urban area, focusing development on the edge of Cambridge outside of the green belt, and I'll touch that in on in a moment. And then the strategy also focuses growth in an expanded Cambourne and other new settlements with a limited amount of growth across the wider rural area. In terms of then the key sites, there is essentially no change from the sites you see on this map from draft plan. The orange sites are sites that are already adopted allocations or sites with permission, and then the purple sites are sites that are new to this plan. And you can see against our broad locations the breakdown of those sites. I mentioned about a key choice being about the green belt, which you can see on the diagram there. Government policy states that there must be exceptional circumstances to release land from the green belt, and we have considered that very carefully, noting there's a lot of representations on this issue. So we've considered the merits of locating development on the edge of Cambridge in the green belt versus locating development away from Cambridge beyond the green belt. And considering those issues in the round, we considered that development at North Cambourne in particular and at Grange Farm new settlement, which you can see to the northwest of Linton there, are sufficiently sustainable to provide an appropriate strategy alongside the other sites included in the plan. To note then the key kind of points regarding the strategy. At draft plan stage, the funding for the relocated Cambridge wastewater treatment works was removed by government just before the draft plan consultation. So at that stage, we hadn't really amended the policy to account for that because it was so quick. For the proposed submission, we understand that right now, there is no prospect at the moment in the foreseeable future of funding to relocate that such that the mixed use vision for that site is no longer or not currently deliverable. So we have changed that to more of a policy area, an area of major change, which Terry will talk to in a moment. I mentioned Greenbelt. A particular new policy requirement at a national level was to identify grey belt. So Keir Starmer talked about car parks and things around the edge of London and so forth as an example of those. We have followed government guidance to produce an updated Greenbelt study which identifies where grey belt is within our area, and mostly it's in pockets around the villages rather than being big sites on the edge of Cambridge, which might be considered to be the most sustainable locations. So we have followed that process. But given that we can meet our needs, we consider outside of the Greenbelt, we do not consider that there are exceptional circumstances or that grey belt really changes our position on where to locate development. We have continuously at previous plan stages and now also identified that there are site-specific reasons to release land from the Greenbelt at the Biomedical Campus and Baberham Research Campus, and those are very specific to their unique economic circumstances, and the development needs to be there, and we continue to propose that as an approach. And finally, just to note that, as at draft plan stage, the approach to meeting our needs for the accommodation of gypsies and travellers remains the same, particularly focusing on using existing sites and including land at the strategic site allocations in the plan. I'll pass on.
Thank you, Stuart. So whilst a number of our site allocations have undergone tweaks and changes as we've sought to prepare this version of the plan, Lauren and I will just focus on the more substantive changes for some of the bigger sites. So as Stuart's already mentioned, North East Cambridge is now proposed as an area of major change rather than an allocation because of the withdrawal the Housing Infrastructure Fund. However, I suppose it's important to note that the policy still outlines the ambition for redevelopment of this area and bringing forward high quality development and supporting infrastructure provision to support it. One thing to note as well is that there is a new allocation in the plan, and it is the Milton Road car garages, which is the kind of yellow site just to the left of Milton Road as shown on the plan. So this is actually a site that's in the adopted Cambridge local plan at the moment, and we are proposing to have it as a standalone allocation in the new joint local plan, mainly because we think that it can come forward without the need for the wider North East Cambridge area to happen at the same time. So that's for circa 95 homes. In terms of some of the other sites on the edge of Cambridge, so Cambridge East, so the airport site, we have clarified some of the leisure and cultural infrastructure uses on the site, such as requiring a regional swimming pool, as well as other kind of cultural and community facilities. And the policy now reflects what was quite a late announcement in terms of the draft plan, but it now reflects the proposed Cambridge East Railway Station, which is coming forward as part of the East West Rail project. In terms of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, we have slightly amended the quantum of development being proposed, and what we've done here is we've split this out between office and laboratory space and floor space coming forward for academic and educational uses. The policy sets out some more detail around the strategic enhancement area, which is the land to the south of the campus, and the landscape improvement area in terms of its role and its function, and improving the setting of the campus and that wider greenbelt edge. I think it's one thing that we'd like to note as well is that we're aware that some of the transport interventions that are noted in our evidence are not explicitly referred to in the policy, and therefore we propose to make this clearer in the policy text before we go out to consultation. In terms of Camborne North, there's been a significant amount of transport work that's been undertaken, working alongside colleagues at the County Council, the CPCA, as well as engagement with others, including National Highways. Excuse me. This has helped to refine the mitigation measures that are required during the plan period and to update the initial trip budget for the site. Alongside this, we've also been doing work around landscape visual appraisal and ecology studies, and this has updated the green and blue infrastructure study. Now, in combination, all of these studies have enabled us to refine the red line boundary of the development of the site. So we now have a greater separation between Camborne North and Ellsworth, but the development does extend slightly further to the west and therefore closer to the 1198. And that's all set out within the supporting evidence-based documents. I'd also like to flag that all of that sort of evidence preparation has been informed by an extensive amount of stakeholder engagement. So as well as those that I've already mentioned, we've also been engaging with Natural England, Historic England, as well as the town and parish council in this area as well.
Thank you. Grange Farm is proposed as a residential-led mixed-use new community. It's designed to be self-contained, and over the past few months, we've been reviewing the capacity and the opportunities and constraints alongside statutory consultees to refine the site capacity and the site boundaries. So the site capacity is now 4,500 homes, to respond to the opportunities and constraints around the site, including protection of the Roman road along the top there, and the scheduled monument of the barriers you can see on the western side of the site. And we've also been discussing the management of traffic congestion, inclusion of CSET and the timing of that connection to provide active travel connections. And then also, obviously this issue applies to the wider plan, but specifically on this site, the wastewater management issues and exploring the on-site and off-site options for the delivery of utilities there. In the rest of the rural area, we have the two A14 sites, which are proposed as logistics sites. These sites specifically have been reviewed for their transport requirements, specifically the Cambridge land south of Cambridge Services, A14, consideration of the landscape and it being a particularly rural area, the reflection of the building heights within the policy wording and the relationship with the potential Anglian water pipelines and provision of water to make sure that development does not preclude this coming forward. We've also got the Slate Hall Farm allocation, which has some issues regarding potential flood risk and some need to retain the green infrastructure already on site, which is indicated on the spatial framework below. In terms of more substantial changes, the Welcome Genome Campus, we've changed this slightly to a site allocation for just the expansion land, and then we have a policy area to reflect the wider ambitions of the campus and to support its growth for both residential and non-residential uses, to create this more as a sort of destination and a settlement in its own right, to support the growth of bioinformatics in that area. We've also, in consultation with the Historic England, refined the boundary for former Spices site to protect the scheduled monument on that site. And also on Bowbraham Research Campus, we've reflected the capacity changes from recent proposals into this site allocation as well. Moving on to the development management policies, so I'll just go through the key changes per theme. So in terms of climate change, we've introduced a new policy on sustainable retrofit. This is in response to having a strong policy for both new development and for existing development and retrofit and refurbishment to make sure that we're reducing carbon emissions across both types of development. And we've set out a more qualitative approach for this policy. In response to representations as well, we've really looked at management of overheating and the heat island effect and made sure that the policy has been reflected to really ensure that development is adapting properly to these issues. We've also refined thresholds for the whole life cycle carbon assessments and circular economy assessments to make sure that we're not just considering operational carbon and we're considering whole life cycle carbon as well. In terms of water efficiency, we've reflected the target of 90 litres per day for residential developments below 100 dwellings in consultation with statutory consultees. For biodiversity and green spaces, we've refined full accessible green space standards within this chapter, including the inclusion of an urban greening factor, which we've given a dedicated policy to. And we've also revised our approach around protected open spaces to make sure that we've reviewed all of the sites and included any sites that are beyond the defined development extent to make sure that we're capturing those recreation grounds outside of villages. With regards to wellbeing and social inclusion, we've looked at how we can really introduce the impacts of health into the plan, looking at the impacts of betting shops and leisure routes, making sure that we've got inclusive employment and added targets for local construction jobs, and also amended our safeguarded list of pubs to make sure that they've got sufficient protection in the plan as well. In terms of great places, this chapter really focuses on design. So we've looked at housing density and added additional guidance on the optimisation of site potential and responds to the site circumstances to make sure that we've got improved design quality, really focusing on having less cars and more bikes. We've also linked into the neurodiversity guidance and how we can design for neurodivergency, and also making refinements to the heritage assets to make sure that we're really refining our approach to get the best outcomes. In terms of jobs, we've got the affordable workspace provision, and we've sought to refine this and make sure that we've got the correct percentages for the right types of development, depending on their scale as well. For homes, we've really revised the approach to HMOs. This applies mainly in the city, but we've revised our approach to make sure that we're protecting HMOs in the right locations and also making sure that they're not causing any harm. We've also got the co-living, made refinements around securing suitable quality of the co-living schemes. Build to rent, we've also created greater emphasis on contributing to mixed and inclusive neighbourhoods. For infrastructure, we've looked at the parking requirements and provided more guidance on how appropriate parking levels should be identified. And this also extends to looking at mobility and travel hubs, looking at the detail on facility requirements in line with emerging CPCA strategy, and also safeguarded planned transport schemes, including the TWA route, AO routes and the Chisholm Trail, Also, finally, we've got the clear requirements on timing on infrastructure, which is supported by our infrastructure development plan as well.
Thanks, Lauren. So it's just on to me to just offer a few reflections on some of the key delivery issues that we faced throughout the preparation of this local plan. Just touching first on infrastructure. Infrastructure, I think, was the most commented on chapter at the last consultation. We got a huge number of responses on this area. It's clear that there is a real desire for the plan to be infrastructure-led and for us to be planning proactively for the right kinds of infrastructure to support development. So with that in mind, we commissioned a full update of the infrastructure delivery plan to inform this next iteration of the local plan. So that focuses on where we've adjusted some of the quantum, the scale of development that's coming forward in the plan. We've also made a number of substantive updates to various chapters to respond, firstly, to new evidence that has been produced in the last few months. So some studies that we have commissioned, for example, on community and cultural infrastructure and open space, studies that have been produced by our partners. So, for example, the local area energy plan and some sort of more detailed work that we undertook to identify where upgrades would be needed to the power network to support growth. And then finally, in response to direct feedback we had from both members and the public and infrastructure providers through the consultation process. So with a particular focus, for example, on education and strengthening our position on the emergency services. That study has been bolstered out with an additional chapter which provides a site-by-site breakdown of the infrastructure requirements with a focus on the key strategic allocations. And we've also been doing a lot of work with the Council to make sure we have the most robust position we can on the costings for various different transport schemes. So we commissioned detailed costings for over 30 transport interventions that are proposed to support the sites allocated in the local plan. And this gives us stronger evidence to demonstrate that our sites are viable and that the plan is deliverable. Water remains a key issue. It's been a key issue throughout the preparation of this local plan. And in response to that, we continue to refine our evidence and strengthen our policies in response to the need to provide a reliable water supply, but also address issues around wastewater. So these are subjects, worth saying these are subject to their own infrastructure planning processes that are separate to the local plan process, and although they're going on in parallel, the timings are not completely aligned. So what we've done in the last few months is sought to agree public statements of common ground with all of the key players in this area. So that's the Environment Agency, the water supply companies, Water Resources East and the Cambridge Growth Company, to demonstrate that water and water treatment capacity is not a barrier to the levels of growth that we're planning to bring forward in the local plan. I think there's an acknowledgement here that is going to require further planning and investment, particularly on wastewater through Anglian Water's forthcoming drainage and wastewater management plan process. And then finally, on transport, so I guess it's just a kind of reminder, I suppose, to all members, there's been a lot of focus in recent months on the preparation of a transport strategy for Greater Cambridge that is being led on by the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority. But it's only one element of the transport evidence. So we have a transport evidence report that was produced back in 2025 that provides all of the modelling and evidence to support what interventions are needed on site to actually support the level of growth we're planning for. And there was some further evidence that was commissioned, the site-specific mitigations work, that sort of went to another level of detail and has really helped to inform and refine the policy requirements that we put forward in this version of the local plan and the costings work that I mentioned previously in relation to the IDP. On the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy, the good news is that the CPCA have now published an interim draft strategy that went to its Transport Committee recently and will also go for approval this week by the board. That is required to demonstrate the strategy is deliverable in transport terms. There are a couple of aspects to this, but the key one really is demonstrating a strategic response to ensure the congestion issues around Cambridge are addressed. So I think that draws us to the end of our presentation.
Sorry, thank you very much. Sorry, caught me reading something there. Thank you very much. That was a really helpful presentation. Okay, so could we put up on the screen just the way we're going to structure the discussion? That will appear in a second. There we go. So we thought we'd structure the discussion according to these themes, appreciating that some things will cross over. So I don't think we need to be too strict about it, but to just allow us to go through all the information in a methodical way. We thought we'd stick to the headings essentially that we used when we looked at the Regulation 18 consultation. So we're going to start with general issues about the consultation, how that will work, and then any allied questions about the Development Corporation that members may have about the NPPF, and then we'll move into looking at the strategy and breaking the plan down. Okay, so with that, over to you, members. Who would like to start with the first question? Councillor Bradnam.
I've just realised you're probably then talking about consultation, proposed submission, development and changes, are you, rather than...
Yes. Does your
Okay.
question relate to that? Was it?
I'll withdraw in that case, because I was going to talk about something more to do with development strategy.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, in that case, I'll just kick off with one, which isn't, well, a couple of questions, actually. Just in terms of the consultation and the strategy for the consultation, I was wondering what work has been done to look at maybe groups that we would like to respond but haven't previously responded in the way we might have liked, and how the strategy for the consultation might be adapted in order to get more responses from groups which, if you like, are underrepresented in the Regulation 18 consultation. So that was one question I had. I had a couple of other broader questions just about the Development Corporation, but more specifically the NPPF, really, because obviously we can see a huge amount of work has gone into this plan over many, many years. It's got, an extremely detailed evidence base beneath it. My slight concern as a ward member is that NPPF changes could drive a complete coach and horses through all of this. I'm thinking in particular the proposed, I should probably say proposed rather than threatened, change to essentially take anything that's within 800 metres of a railway station out of Greenbelt, which could result in significant development that's unplanned and not got the proper infrastructure, because it's essentially outside of this plan. So I appreciate it's not anything that the council is responsible for, but it would be useful to sort of get a sense of the extent to which officers think that is a threat to this plan, or the extent to which that could be managed within the context of the plan. I think that would be very helpful.
I'll cover that, and perhaps other colleagues might also want to comment on your earlier question about representation by other groups. I think the transitional provisions that have been outlined for the plan mean that we are progressing this plan under the December 2024 NPPF, as you rightly highlighted, Chair. We made representations on the consultation on the NPPF around things like development around railway stations. We know that a lot of representations were made on that. Part of the challenge in bringing forward the plan to this timeline is that the provisions as outlined suggested that our plan would be examined on the December 2024 NPPF, but where there were conflicts in the event of a new NPPF with whatever that document, whatever the new NPPF showed, the new NPPF would be considered to be up to date, and the adopted plan, if this plan progresses through, would be considered to be out of date. Now, it's because of the volume of comments that I know have been received about things like railway stations, but indeed the overall volume of comments that were attributed to this NPPF consultation, we feel it's appropriate not to try and second guess that in preemptively conceding on policy lines, or indeed because it also talked about biodiversity net gain reductions and so forth. And clearly it will be for government to set out how they propose to realise those ambitions. alongside the ambitions stated for the Development Corporation, of course, to continue, maintain and build upon the standards that this council and others have put in place locally for new development. So we can't, in some respects, we are not ignoring the potential implications of the NPPF, but we've taken a view that it would be not appropriate to bring them into this, given that there is still scope for change within the document as we know it. In terms of the consultation about, your question about consultation, we've obviously got things like the Youth Engagement Service that we've used in the past. It is very challenging. I think I was comparing how in another authority they had 14 public engagement events, and I think we had 84 or so. So we do try to put ourselves into different places and different spaces, and as Jonathan's highlighted, we'll be continuing to try and think about the best way, particularly at this time of year. In the winter there was a different strategy, but people are outside more, there will be fetes and things like that. We're trying to think about how we can reach the maximum number of people, and not just the people who are well versed in how to engage with us, but actually some of those groups that are less, that access us less normally. Jonathan?
I would just highlight in the committee reports, Appendix F. No, it's not. It's C. Sorry, too many appendices. Right. The statement of consultation, Appendix E, and it's got various appendices to that to itself, and that merely reflects the sheer volume of consultation feedback that has gone into the plan to reach this point. So as the committee report says, we did receive, I think, about 8,000 comments, but beyond that, as part of the consultation exercise, we did try to reach groups which don't normally comment as much as others. As Stephen said, we used the council's award-winning youth engagement service to go out to a number of schools. We went into the university to speak to students. We had some very specific events. We went to try and speak to the Gypsum travel community at specific events. We stood outside the football ground handing out leaflets on match day. We were in shopping centres. We were in all sorts of village events. We were in the Christmas fair. So we really tried to get out there. If members have suggestions how we can reach other groups, or if there are events, we are more than happy to hear it. But I would emphasise this next stage is going to be slightly different. I think our role at the next stage, as much as anything, is going to be helping people to make their comments, helping them to get their comments in, helping them to understand the soundness test, helping them to understand what the examination looks like. So our events at the next stage might focus more on, say, drop-in style events, where we'll hold an exhibition to help people find out more about the consultation, but also how we can help people get their comments in, and how an examination works in future. So slightly different nuance to it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeming, I think, is next.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions that are just sort of following on from yours, actually. So, in terms of the engagement, over the winter, we managed to gate crash a number of Christmas parties where people were all in one place indoors. I was wondering whether, you had a sort of calendar of summer fetes where you may get people in a group, or potentially sort of accessing people starting new terms in education establishments. I think the last consultation that we had was very good at speaking to children. I know that you spoke to some university students, but I think it would be good if we could do something to target older teenagers and young people. And I think if we just have drop-ins, I don't think they're going to turn up to those necessarily. Not unless we've reached out to them in some way. I think that'd be really helpful if we could reach out to those younger people. That was my first question. My second one was to do with the DevCo in particular. I think as local members, as much as we can, we have some understanding of how the DevCo interacts with this local plan, but I'm not sure the wider public do. I think it would be good if there was something that explained that to people approaching this consultation, the way that the two things are likely to interact. I know it's not entirely in our gift, but I think something that made the DevCo's role alongside this local plan more transparent, I think that would be helpful. I'll stop there for now.
Two interesting points. We can look at the young people issue, as I said, noting the stage we're at, how it's about the same as the plan. But yes, we will still be doing lots of other activities. So including using the social media and so on as well, not to stereotype, but it has proved effective about getting the word out. But we can think about how we perhaps, again, try and address young people. I'll engage with the Youth Engagement Service as well on that point, but we need to be careful about, picking the right events for this stage. On the DevCo, so we can mention in the plan, obviously, the evolving DevCo position, the point in time we've got, but it's an interesting challenge about the wider website, perhaps, and the wider material we need to think about to give that wider information about what the plan is and how it will. So we can take that one away and think about it, I think. Yeah, good question.
Yeah, Councillor Batchelor?
Yeah, just a very quick one on the DevCo. I think at this stage we're at now, I think it's quite difficult to try and link the two, i.e. our local plan and what the DevCo wants to do together, because the DevCo isn't fully formed, it's not officially set up yet. There will be a relationship between the two authorities, but for the purposes of the local plan that we're looking to move through the process and take to examination now, I think the message we've been received is, carry on business as usual. When the DevCo comes, the DevCo will be there, but, your local plan still needs to be delivered, it still needs to go through the examination process. So, yeah, there will be a relationship, but I think at this stage, it's quite difficult to define exactly what that would mean. So, yeah, I think as John's indicated, we can take that away and look at how we explain that, but, yeah, obviously, we need the information ourselves.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to just jump in just for 1 second, just to make a point, following on from what Councillor Leeming said. I don't know if we do this, but in terms of reaching those older teenagers and young people, do we use things like TikTok? Because I've been amazed that, my kids in the mayoral election were telling me all about Anna Smith, and I was amazed that they were picking up stuff that I would not think they would.
We used Instagram, Facebook, is that right? And X, and we had, and of course, and LinkedIn as well. And we had a large number of people. I think TikTok isn't one that we've got. We don't have a corporate account for it, to be honest with you. It's one of the issues, but we can certainly give some further thought to that.
Thank you. Councillor Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much a question, because I know this is being done. It was following on from Councillor Leeming's question about youth engagement. I just wanted to sing the praises of the Youth Engagement Service, because I've been privileged to be involved with some of the engagements with the Youth Engagement Service, both in primary and secondary schools, but also more recently, with a group of children and young people who are being educated out of normal education provision. It's alternative provision, because these young people don't find it easy to be in school or college environments. So you can imagine this is a group of young people who are quite troubled, and the initial engagement was not straightforward, but the Youth Engagement Service actually are so brilliant at engaging with young people that they got these young people to give their views on a particular development, so my feeling is that this service is absolutely brilliant at meeting people where they are, whether they're 8, 9, or whether they're 15, 16. They're meeting them in a way and engaging with them in a way that absolutely brings these young people's views to the fore. And I was so touched to hear one of these young people saying, it was really nice to feel we'd been listened to. And that's the key about this service. And it's not award-winning for nothing, it's because it does a heck of a lot of work and preparation in the background and elicits really good feedback from young people. So it's just a little bit of singing praises of the Youth Engagement Service.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if officers wanted to comment or just take the praise. Happy to take the praise. Okay, Councillor Booth next.
So it was more of a general request really around what I would call off-ramps. So in my industry, we use the term adaptive planning. And obviously you guys have got a variety of forecasts for housing growth, and it would more be in relation to the Development Corporation. If the government is going to dictate housing to the extent that they are, given things that we will come on to as significant constraints with clear inflection points based on regulatory cycles, we talk about water transport, etc., that just in those future engagements, if a development corporation exists, that we make it really clear that they need to understand there may well be these key decision points where some quite drastic changes to those projections need to happen in order for us to have a kind of a sort of morally responsible planning going forwards.
Well, just to respond on that point, I think one of the things that we believe stands the councils and indeed the local plan process in good stead is that the significant volume of evidence that we've produced with experts, but also with the regulatory sector, the agencies like the Environment Agency, I think gives, and of course we've then published all of that, means that transparency about where those points are, about where some of those challenges are, whether that's water consumption. We've built a model of water demand with a set of assumptions in it, whether it's transport, which is always an area of concern, provides an opportunity for not only the council but actually communities to scrutinise and hold that insight in engaging with government's development corporation as we go forward, and they're fully aware of that, which is positive.
Okay, Councillor Batchelor, did you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks. And I think one of the opportunities we have with the Development Corporation is we might actually be able to deliver big pieces of infrastructure quicker. So that's one of the potential advantages we could have if the Development Corporation can help us speed up the delivery of water or roads or whatever it might be. Then obviously that will have a positive impact on us here locally.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Bearpark.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the proposed submission, kind of taking us back to the submission of the current local plan. So there was quite a delay, I seem to remember, during the inspection stage. It went in March 2014 and submitted in March 2014, eventually approved in September 2018. And the reason I remember this was because I was working on the Waterbeach neighbourhood plan at the time, and we were trying to work out what this delay meant for our attempts to formulate the Waterbeach neighbourhood plan. So I was just wondering if there are any kind of lessons from that in terms of, I don't know, mitigation that could be taken, such as maybe engaging with the inspector early engagement with the inspector, or maybe other things that could be done to kind of, I suppose, identify what some of the risks might be in the inspection process.
Thank you. I was there for all 4 years, so I remember it well. I think there's two sides to this. One, the government is very clear that examination should not take that long in future, and they've, working with the planning inspector, been clear about that. The norm for examination is now more like 1 year rather than 4, and their procedures have been adjusted to make that happen, and the NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework and so on, also reflects some of those changes. The other side of it is responsibility on us. So, for example, the Planning Inspectorate publish a pre-examination checklist, and we've already been sharing with them draft of us completing that checklist to be sure we have the information they are looking for up front. Our job, subject to approval of this consultation and so on, over the next 6 months, will be gearing up to assist that examination happen efficiently. That will be preparing evidence libraries for the examination, preparing evidence or information for the inspector that they require up front, making the information on the submission stage as efficient as possible to enable that shorter examination to take place. With all those steps, I don't think we would expect to see an examination that long again, and I would hope we would see a quicker process going forward.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to hear, and hopefully it won't take so long.
Okay, thank you. Just a final one for me, if there are no other members on this section. I just wanted to ask, has the growth company engaged in a substantive way with the planning service about the strategy?
I think they've certainly set out to try and understand the basis of it. We've shared an awful lot of our data with them so that they can understand the journey that we followed, the spatial principles that we've rehearsed again today. We have had several workshops with them where we have sought to explain all the way that we have put this together. That has translated, and I think, with statements from the Secretary of State downwards, into their very strong support from the chairman of the growth company down to the delivery of this local plan. They very much see this local plan as the platform upon which they want to build their agenda for the future. And in the short term, the local plan and the opportunities within it is providing, in a sense, the first phase of their ambitions to accelerate and expand upon growth and delivery, because there are quite substantial quantums of development possible within it. They have been undertaking their own studies. There was a year-long commission, I think, that's drawing to a close at the moment, in which they've looked to understand what next and how the government's ambitions may well translate into something further. But they've been very careful and cautious about suggesting something that in any way detracts from the ambitions of the council set out in this plan, or indeed undermines the ability of the local authority to be able to bring this plan through to a conclusion. And so statements from, as I said, from the Secretary of State and the consultation response establishing a development corporation continue to press the case for the Greater Cambridge local plan to proceed.
Thank you. I think that's a tribute to your work, but it's also interesting that they're basically going along with our plan rather than their own plan. So make of that what you will. Okay. So I think members, if you're, Councillor Booth, did you want to come back on the next topic or this topic? On the next topic. Okay. So I did say we'd have a break, but it feels like we've only just started. So if everybody's happy, we'll press on for a little bit before we take a break. So we'll move on to overall development strategy, and I think I've got Councillor Booth, then Councillor Bradnam.
Okay, so I'm going to caveat what I say before I say it. I think obviously the officers have done a fantastic job with what is a fairly difficult brief that's been sent down nationally. And it was interesting, the comment before around water and significant bodies of evidence. And obviously water is my industry, so I have gone through those documents in quite a bit of detail. I'd just like to challenge what I think is quite a dangerous assumption that water supply isn't a barrier to this plan. I think we've got multiple reports from SMEs that cite deficits. So when water companies would plan for operating their network, you would normally have water available for use and a target headroom. No responsible water authority would run a network consciously with a deficit planned in. Our current approach, the national approach, is essentially to rely upon and put the onus on those companies to find the water. People can have different opinions on that, as they will. The issue being, there are significantly long lead times on delivering the infrastructure, and this is even in the information that's provided. We have the SRO schemes. Anglian Water themselves are having an SRO scheme that will help with this plan. Strategic resource options that will help with this plan. Despite that, and because of the timing of that, what we're essentially relying upon is assumptions around water usage going down or people being more efficient, or etc. And that's why earlier when I talked about off-ramps, I think I'm particularly concerned that we're being dictated a certain amount of housing growth in a morally irresponsible way nationally because of the opportunity that Cambridgeshire has. And this is, again, another caveat I want to say, is this plan is a fantastic opportunity for us. Cambridgeshire has been identified nationally as somewhere that can grow and really help the national economy. But it has to be done in a sustainable way. So if the government is dictating and prescribing this much housing growth, you know, it has to be sensible and in line with one of the fundamentals of life is can you have enough water to support the people that are going to move here? So I think I just want to push back on that, and I would hope that, you know, in future iterations of this, we're going to be able to articulate more clearly how we are going to feed some of these new populations, because it even comes down to things like network dynamics. We may well have bulk imports coming from some of these SROs, but it's how it makes its way out to places like North Cambourne and what that means operationally day to day. And I know we've engaged with water companies on this, but I think for me I still don't have the feeling that we've answered that question, because of the examples we have that from 2040 onwards there is a known deficit. So how could we accept a plan that bakes in a deficit is kind of my main concern. And again, that isn't a criticism of officers. You've had to come up with a way of making it work and engage with those authorities. It's more at a national level. I'm concerned that we're shifting the impetus between organisations on who's responsible for finding the water for our new towns. That's everything I've got on that one at the moment.
Thank you very much. Over to officers.
I suppose we've been absolutely open about that challenge, in fact, I think, but in the evidence that we've produced, the engagement with the water companies, in fact, sometimes, is this explicit enough? If you look at the housing trajectory that we've assumed, and indeed some of the new site allocations, you'll see quite clearly that we're deliberately suggesting those start after the first phase of bulk water transfer from Grafham. But our own piece of work recognises that post-2040, with the licence abstraction reductions, the second phase that is going to take place after 2030 is another significant reduction in abstraction in 2040. There is an unresolved position in terms of where that additional supply is coming in. Water Resources East, who are the kind of regional body looking to resolve that position, I think have been fairly explicit about the potential investment necessary in desalination and so forth, and new supply formats, including bulk water transfers from north to south and so forth. The framework, so we have taken as far as we believe it's possible to take a local authority planning framework down into the details of specific modelling of demand consumption with the industry, including with the regulator, through DEFRA with the government, to try and provide sufficient assurance for this council and its constituents that certainly there is a clear understanding of what that demand looks like, that we have a commitment from government, which we have to take as firm in some respects, about the resolution of those problems. But as I said in response to my earlier comment, the fact that we publish that data, the fact that that data is out there, in some respects allows all of us, planning authority and others, to be able to see when we are and are not meeting that obligation. And subsequent local plan reviews, and indeed the government's ambitions about growth, will also need to tackle this particular issue, because if they're to accelerate delivery, it only brings forward the issues in terms of the challenges around supply, and that's a challenge for the government to square.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to make a very similar point to Stephen around certainly the proposed delivery of schemes in this plan that we're looking at today. Obviously, I think some of them, as Stephen said, have been deliberately set to start later, when we have to assume that the forthcoming, sort of new water schemes like the pipeline from Grafham Water, the new water source in the Fens, will be coming forward when they're projected to. So I think it's fair to say that we have to assume that that is going to happen whilst we're formulating the plan that we're looking at today. So Yeah, I appreciate that this plan is due to run to 2045. Obviously, between now and then, the local plan will be looked at again through this process. So, dependent on what's changed between now and then, I think it's up to us or whoever the local planning authority is then to, to sort of sensibly sort of forward plan from there. But yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. Uncertainty is difficult to plan for. So.
Thank you. Just coming on 2 points of that before I go to Councillor Bradnam. But 2 years ago, we had the ministerial statement on water and water credits, and as far as I can see, we haven't heard anything else about water credits ever since that point. So that's 2 years and nothing. Am I correct in that view that actually nothing has happened in the 2 years?
The water credit scheme has not come forward. It's certainly been investigated. There has been an investment in a water retrofit programme. In fact, the Shared Planning Service received about £5 million last year to be able to roll out that with both councils in terms of a public, primarily on our own housing stock, but also public estates to reduce water consumption. And there have been a series of studies, investigations about nature-based solutions, about using agricultural reservoirs, which have been promulgated. I think the work that we have done doesn't assume a water credits system. The work that we have done, because there was a degree of scepticism from some quarters, including the Environment Agency, about that being an immediate solution. So there's been a package of other measures ongoing. The Water Resource Management Plan doubled down on smart meter rollouts, it doubled down on water efficiency standards, and there's a grey water pilot that's obviously people will be aware is going on in Eddington, looking to see how the 80 litres per person consumption that is aspired to from that scheme can be realisable. The model that we built with our consultants and with DEFRA took a pragmatic view about what was realisable, including a fairly sceptical view about leakage reduction programmes and commitments and so forth, and recognised that actually some of the recent events with hot weather and so forth have put pressure on downward trends on water consumption, which Cambridge Water had been previously suggesting would continue. So there's been a rigorous assessment on practical, realisable objectives. Water credits may well come into the mix in due course, but there are practical and operational challenges and indeed auditable challenges about how well you can say the water actually has been saved and is available, that mean that it's not the mainstay of the strategy for water that we've developed with the regulator and others.
Thank you. And just a quick further one, and then I promise I'll come to Councillor Bradnam. The reservoir. So, has there been any change in the timescale for bringing online the reservoir, which is obviously fairly crucial to this plan? I mean, again, a year ago we were told it was going to be fast-tracked, but as far as I can see, the timescale is exactly the same as it always was.
There have been some further questions asked. You might have seen recently that there were questions from the rapid process about it, but the indication is that it is still on track for 2036, albeit late 2036. Likewise, the permissioning process, the consents are going through at this moment in time, if not already recently been granted for elements of it, which facilitate the graft and transfer. So the planning permissions, planning applications are, as I believe it, with the local authorities, in fact, for those elements.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the comments about water, clearly important. I wanted to move us onto the green belt, if that comes into this. So I've been looking at the Development Strategy Topic Paper Appendix 4, Revised Greater Cambridge Local Plan Green Belt Considerations Review. And I've been greatly reassured by the conclusion of that paper, if I can find it, which basically says that because it's predicted that we will have a 5-year housing land supply over the period of the plan, so that's all the way to 2045, it's not considered that it's going to be necessary to release any land from the green belt, except in specific locations which have already been discussed. So what I'm just slightly concerned about is how strong do we think that is? Because obviously 2024 of the plan to 2046 is a long time, and delivery of housing is not within our control. So I just wondered how strong you feel that is. So my question is, if housing delivery dips in future, we might end up releasing land from Greenbelt. And I just wondered how strong you felt about this reassurance that we don't need to at the moment, because of course, if we dip below the 5-year housing land supply, there's also a presumption in favour of using Greybelt land for development, and that's been very pertinent in recent applications. So I just wanted to explore that with you. Thank you.
Councillor Batchelor?
Yeah, so I'll just give you a few words from me, then officers might want to comment as well. But obviously the policy that we've adopted is that we're trying to avoid development in the Greenbelt currently in this local plan. That may well change as time goes on, but certainly that is the policy that we've agreed and that we're trying to enact in this local plan here. Obviously the spatial strategy that we was touched on at the beginning forms a big part of where we try to allocate housing and employment sites. So yeah, obviously we're trying to protect the green belt. That's one of the aims of this local plan is. So yeah, it's difficult to predict what would happen in the future if we do have slow delivery, but certainly I think it's something that we would try to avoid. And obviously the DevCo, we don't know what they want to do either. So it's a bit of a sort of bit of a guess with those guys. But certainly for us, I know that's certainly something we are trying to avoid unless something goes awry.
Thank you. Did officers want to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Brandon, did you want to come back on that?
Sorry, I'm happy for officers to respond to that if I can come back later.
So every year the council publishes a 5-year land supply statement, and as you're aware, this year we have published a statement with evidence we consider we do currently have a sound land supply. But this is a very active planning area, and we currently have planning applications and appeals who are challenging that, and we will be responding to those robustly. But that highlights the issue, Councillor Bradley, you're raising. What we've done for the local plan is one of the documents, one of the evidence studies we published is a housing delivery study, and in that we pour over the sites which are included in the proposed plan, their delivery, the timing of that delivery, and the annual delivery rates to seek to demonstrate that they are sound and can be relied upon. Clearly as well, we've mentioned that Development Corporation, one of their roles is to help give certainty or indeed speed up delivery as well. That should hopefully add to that. But we think we've put together a comprehensive evidence to show how over time the range of sites put forward will help maintain that supply. It's one of the benefits of doing a local plan, really.
Come back, Chair, thank you. And I also wanted, as Councillor Batchelor mentioned, I wanted to allude to this proposal to allow building within a distance of stations, and I wondered if officers could just elucidate what that change is.
In fact, it isn't a change yet, and so the government consulted in the NPPF draft earlier in the year about a presumption in support of development proposals close to what they determined were well-connected stations. We believe the categorisation meant that pretty much all of our stations were well-connected in the Greater Cambridge area because of the frequency of trains through them in the peak hour. It's fair to say the Development Corporation consultation, one of the Secretary of State's comments was that he saw the Development Corporation as very much supporting both the local plan but also additional developments capable of being consistent with national policy in this area. As I said in response to the Chair's question, there were a lot of representations in respect of the NPPF and to that policy in particular. And so one would expect, hopefully, some finesse to it in terms of questions around sustainability and the appropriateness, because some of those well-connected stations, in fact, have no infrastructure or anything surrounding them whatsoever, even in Greater Cambridge. But I think it would probably be wrong to speculate in the context of this plan. In future, the next local plan, of course, you know, the local plan process almost continues indefinitely. Once we get this plan adopted, we would have to monitor this plan, but equally a further plan would likely be produced in response to the spatial development strategy the combined authority is responsible for bringing forward, which is likely to set a new housing target and indeed prompt a further local plan process, not least because of the ambitions of government. And that next plan would need to take on board whatever the NPPF and the spatial development strategy was saying.
Sorry, what I wanted to explore also, I apologise I didn't say it, but is which trumps which? Would the proposal for allowing this development trump all the strength of the presumption against development in the Greenbelt?
The National Planning Policy Framework would trump the local plan if it was more up to date on matters of national housing policy, and this is one of those matters. So we would expect that, notwithstanding we haven't allocated sites around railway stations, with the exception of places like Biomedical Campus and so forth, Camborne, that if the National Planning Policy Framework comes forward, we could expect applications around some of our railway stations out with the local plan. The local plan itself would not be the basis upon which we would be able to refuse those applications. So matters of principle, because the NPPF on its previous drafting would have effectively said the principle is acceptable. And national policy, and this is the transitional arrangements, would be seen to be more up to date than our local plan and therefore would trump it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeming, I think, is next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just listening to these multiple questions, and I wanted to ask one that links the two. So I can see that there's a strong drive to maintain a pace of growth, to maintain the 5-year housing land supply. There's also the much softer, but someone who's a ward member for a new town, there is the need to build at a pace to enable a critical mass of people to have infrastructure. Those are two strong drivers to move forward with growth. We also have the discussed break on, break as in slowing down on growth, which is water. I wanted to ask how does this local plan weave the path between those two competing demands?
Well, in fact, that's exactly what it's trying to do. So in some respects, if you think about it, part of the problem with dispersed growth strategies is that you get lots of small sites, overwhelming village infrastructure and so forth. The studies that we did in the early stages of this plan were about the consolidation of growth into larger sites, so that notwithstanding some of the challenges in getting those sites started, the huge upfront infrastructure costs, once they start to accumulate a population, both the investment in infrastructure that has to be made is more efficient. In terms of a new health centre, can serve a much larger community in that immediate scheme, and overcome some of the barriers to implementation of infrastructure, which relate to, school roles not being made up by or being dispersed. But it also means that in terms of the way that we've planned that growth, rather than adopting arbitrary approaches to holding back development or suggesting in the concerns in relation to water management, by deliberately suggesting that some of those sites do not come forwards ahead of water infrastructure, what we're not doing is compromising the objectives of growing sites at scale and at pace. What we're just doing is we're holding some of those additional sites that would otherwise contribute back. Now, we think that's an appropriate and mature response to a set of challenges where you're trying to accelerate delivery on sites, but you're actually trying to limit the amount of sites that are doing that at any one time to your infrastructure capacity. And so we think that's the best approach to follow, and that's why we put it in the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Leaming. Did you want to come back, or are you happy?
Well, sort of, yes. I just wonder how that has been calculated. What basis you used to go through this phasing, and how vulnerable that calculation would be to outside influences. For instance, let's say we have a drought, or let's say the DevCo turns up in 10 years' time and says do whatever it is. How much flexibility is there within those calculations, please?
So the construction industry is going through a tough time at this moment in time, and whether it's large strategic sites or very small builders or small sites, there's very limited activity at this moment in time. And that's a risk to any strategy, however you see those houses being built. We've tried to take some fairly conservative assumptions about build-out rates on these large strategic sites, and our 5-year land supply calculation tries to take a sensible view about notwithstanding the government's ambition to build 1.5 million homes, what the current economy will do. And indeed, we speak to house builders a lot and ask them about what their planned delivery rates are. Some sites go faster than others. We've seen huge activity on Bourne Airfield in the last 6 months, and they're really committed to bringing things forward. Other sites perhaps have been less significant in terms of the numbers of outputs that they're forecasting, but are nevertheless continuing. So we try and build a degree of, through experience and lessons of these various cycles, care into the assumptions that we're making, and we're confident that we have a clear explanation and evidence base to support our position. In terms of what happens externally and, as you said, climatic conditions, the modelling that we did aims to build upon that. One of the things, though, that I think that local plan cannot do, it can try and forecast trends. It can try, people have often highlighted COVID as a kind of sea change in people's behaviour about work patterns in some of the transport modelling. Now, actually, hopefully, there's been periods after COVID in which our transport modelling and our assumptions about household water or energy consumption as a consequence of greater home working, we can start to learn lessons from that. But generations of people are now choosing not to own cars and things like that. So the local plan is always going to have to be reviewed, and that's the point of the monitoring reports that we produced every year that some of you in this committee will have pored over, which tell you what's actually happened to those policies. And the whole point of that is that for the next plan, you adjust, ease and adapt your strategy accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Booth, I think, is next.
Thanks very much. So kind of away from housing, but linked to the overall strategy. I think one of the questions I've got is actually potentially for a future iteration of this, but it's something to bear in mind. I think it's still pertinent now. I mean, the three of us representing Campbell have discussed before whether actually we could be more ambitious when it comes to amenities. And I'll give the example that when East West Rail's built, obviously we in Camborne will benefit with being able to get easy access to Universal Studios and other places like that. But conversely, we've now got access to a large population of people that may wish to come the other way. So whilst the plan talks about amenities and things that we desperately need, and just a reminder that in Camborne we still don't really have a high street after all these years, there are some seriously big things that Cambridge as a whole needs or could benefit from. And I'm going to apologise to every Cambridge United fan in the room and online, because I'm going to use a terrible example. But Cambridge United have needed a new stadium for a long, long time. They've talked about locations, and that's ongoing. But as an example, we've now got the opportunity with some significantly large populations that could sustain large cinema complexes, a football stadium, large theatres or gig venues. You know, we've still got the Junction and the Corn Exchange. I just wonder whether it's something, as a Cambridge as a whole, actually has more of an opportunity now to work with people that could provide some more significantly large stuff, which helps in all kinds of pillars of life. And I'm sure you're going to say you've already got an answer to that, but it was just a reflection.
Okay, did you want to come back on that, or?
Just briefly to make the point, and Max could talk about the infrastructure study and the cultural infrastructure study and so forth that we've done. But what I would say to that is that local plan we would say the local plan facilitates those things to happen. But there's a difference between facilitating and effectively proving that it will happen. And in the case of some of this big infrastructure, one of the difficulties in preparing a plan such as this is we have to demonstrate it's deliverable. So I've spent a lot of time in my 10 years talking to Cambridge, or over the years talking to Cambridge United Football Club about their ambitions as they've been, as their fortunes have ebbed and flowed, and that's not unusual. I think the plan facilitates, so although it's not an explicit policy, I think it's important to understand that some of these big site allocations, Cambridge East is a good case in point, provide opportunity, exactly what the landowners, the developers and so forth wish to do in that. The local plan can provide some context to, and then ultimately the planning application process is able to engage with. But inevitably, if we tried to guess everything that everybody wanted, or indeed trends that might emerge, who knew BMX parks were going to come back and stuff? You know, that we would have missed, we would miss it. And so the plan should be seen as facilitative, and the planning process as a whole capable of accommodating these things. But I don't know whether you want us to say more, Chair. There is a comprehensive cultural infrastructure study that we have done that highlights opportunities as well as sporting infrastructure.
Maybe we could hold that until we get to place wellbeing and social inclusion. Might be a good point to have a few more words on that. Is that okay, Councillor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, I've got nobody else on my list, so I was just going to ask one final question. Then maybe we will have a break, because I think the next topic might take us a while. So I just wanted to come back to a few points about grey belt and the overall strategy. So the overall strategy in this plan, I think, is something that's been settled and accepted in the district for, you know, over 20 years now, which is a focus on new settlements, not the exclusion of everything else, but I think that is accepted as our strategy. But my concern is the extent to which government policy is actually creating perverse incentives and undermining that strategy, because NPPF obviously says that, you know, development needs to be plan-led, puts a lot of emphasis on plan-led. But in doing things like grey belt, I mean, just really to hear officers' views, I mean, do you think there's a risk that it's creating a massive incentive for developers to take us under the 5-year land supply, because that will then release whole tracts of land within the green belt, which they may prefer to develop? There is a perverse incentive not to cooperate with our strategy in some sense, because they know that will release something else. I mean, do you think that's a risk?
Developer
accusation, really.
Developer behaviour. I mean, I can't comment on developer behaviour and the implications of the kind of current challenges they're facing in the marketplace. In all the conversations that we have, and I believe it's genuine with some of the larger site developers and house builders, they do. They make more money by building things when they can. I think the sense of there's a wide-ranging debate about land banking and so forth. I don't think South Cam suffers in quite the same way. We've got large strategic sites being promoted by national entities, whether that's Homes England on one hand, or indeed companies like Urban and Civic, who have a record of actually building out and delivering and trying to curate ways of seeing those sites come through, because that's the way their funding and their modelling works. If we'd had lots of small sites, and indeed a strategy that relied on smaller individual developments, the 100 units here or there, because of the stratification of the housing market, with fewer and fewer house builders at scale, arguably that risk might have actually been greater, because the house builders who may have options on a number of sites outside, and we know the house builders rather than the site promoters have options on a number of sites across Greater Cambridge, might have been able to control the delivery side of things a little bit more through their options, rather than at the moment a number of them have got large strategic sites that they need to kind of bring forward, not least to offset Section 106 liabilities and infrastructure.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think I've got any other members, so I think it probably is a good point to take a break at this point, because we'll, as I say, I think the next section will take a while. So should we take 10 minutes, come back at 22? Okay, thank you. Can you take us offline? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back to this meeting of the Scrutiny and Overview Committee. So we're going to carry on with our consideration of the draft local plan regulation 19. So we're going to move on to point 3 now, which is questions relating to individual sites, new settlements, allocations, and identified locations. So over to you, members. Anybody? Councillor Bradnam.
Right, okay. Yes, here we are. I was looking at Development Strategy Topic Paper 11, Meeting the Accommodation Needs of Travellers. And I raise this because we have probably one of the largest gypsy and traveller sites in the country in our ward. And what I noticed in that strategy is the principle, so the needs assessment makes the following recommendations, and it says for South Cambridgeshire, the council should consider the following to help meet identified residential pitch needs for gypsies and travellers. I say this in this section because the principle is that when you've got a new development, you make space for gypsy and travellers within it. So, but then there was firstly, turnover on existing sites. Secondly, regularisation of sites that are not permanently authorised. Thirdly, additional pitch provision using existing sites. And fourthly, making pitches on existing sites available. Fifthly, sites becoming vacant through household dissolution. And finally, new sites for permanent pitches identified either as standalone sites or associated with major development sites, which is why I'm raising it here. And indeed, in this strategy, it talks about 2 12-pitch sites to be delivered in the Waterbeach development coming forward. What I just wanted to ask, it's a bit unfair because, of course, this has been drawn up in good faith. My broad question, I'll just say it, is how realistic is this? Because what we know is that the gypsy and traveller community are very much associated with family and cultural links, and there are different cultural groups within the gypsy and traveller community. And I just wanted to understand how realistic, for example, intensification of existing sites is, and how confident we feel we are being able to deliver new gypsy and traveller sites by these methods.
Okay, who would like to respond to that? Councillor Batchelor, do you want to start?
I'll have a bash. So so obviously we have to find out what the need for gypsy and traveller pitches are. So it has to be a sort of a criteria-based policy that we work from in this local plan. Obviously the big opportunity to supply gypsy and traveller sites are, as you've indicated, in new developments, in new towns. So hence why we've come to the table that you've read from a bit earlier on. So I think in terms of how realistic it is, I mean, I think we are sort of by our own criteria obliged to provide a set number of pitches, and we've identified sites within these new developments in the paper here to be able to do that. So, yeah, so in terms of how realistic that is, we have to accommodate for them, and we believe we found some places within the local plan to provide for them. Whether they're taken up or not is clearly up to the community, whether they do use them or not. Obviously, we have a target we need to hit, and we need to build that into the local plan. But I think this also harks back to the local plans are a constantly updated document. So in 4 or 5 years' time, when the next one's going through this process, maybe that demand would have changed. Maybe the locations of the supply would have changed. So yeah, we certainly believe that what we're proposing here is in good faith and can be delivered realistically. But obviously, it's, with a lot of these things, it's difficult to predict. We just have to make the best prediction that we have using the information available.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Would any officers like to come in on that one?
Yep, so there's been reference to the needs assessment, which was carried out by exploring in a lot of detail what the future needs would be, and that, like all the other evidence, needs to continue to be monitored. Councillor Bradham explored some of that reference to the range of options in terms of meeting need, and we have explored those in those evidence bases, including the draft plan, and again, looking at the issues in this plan. So we have looked at that sequence, so you'll see there are policy proposals in the plan about optimising the best use of existing sites. And one of the things the council more widely wants to do is make sure those existing gypsy and travelling sites are used to meet the needs of gypsy and travelling. That's something the department, the wider council is looking at. In terms of the principle of then looking to our major new development proposals to meet that needs, well, part of that principle is making sure that proposing a major new development should meet the needs of all of our community. That principle has been found in other plans around the country. There are other plans that has allocated provision through strategic sites. And it's important to remember our own development plan. The South Cambridge Local Plan 2018 said if a need arose, we should look for provision from our street sites. And indeed, that's what we're now trying to implement through our plan. And some of the topic evidence that was mentioned, we've explored exactly what that would look like in terms of the size of land required, the land take from pitches, the cost of that, and make sure we consider the viability of it. So we think we've got a strong policy and an appropriate requirement set out in those policies in the draft plan in front of you.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Councillor Bradham, or are you happy with that response? Okay. Oh, sorry, I've not got any particular... Oh, Councillor Bear Park.
Just if we're talking about individual sites, I did have a particular look at things that changed related to my patch, Milton and Waterbeach. So I was quite excited to see a change relating to Bottisham Lock, which talked about financial contributions towards improvements for the cycle crossing and connection to Bottisham Lock in order to improve connectivity to Wycombe Fen and surrounding villages. I think that was new. I think that has been a gap in the National Cycle Network number 11 that goes all the way up to King's Lynn ever since it was put in place. It doesn't completely solve the problem because there is still a landowner challenge there, but hopefully it will put some more kind of emphasis and motivation behind trying to solve that. The other benefit I think it has, if we could deal with that, is solve that problem, is it will connect some of the villages to the new town and to the new station, such as Lode, Swaffham Bulbuck, Swaffham Prior, and Reach, which I think would benefit those villages as well. So people could cycle to the station, to the new station, because it'd be well within cycling distance. So I was very pleased to see that. So yeah, just commenting on to say thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if anybody wants to come back, or are you happy to?
Yeah, just to say thank you, Vice Chair, for the comment. You are correct, that is a new addition to the policy. That was in response to a representation we received from the National Trust, and I've been speaking with the case officer for the Waterbeach Newtown proposal, and they've agreed that they are keen to work with the National Trust and other key partners in the area to see how they can further explore that potential connection, because yeah, I think it's broadly agreed that would be a real added benefit to the wider community as well as the new town itself.
Okay, great, thank you. I will jump in at this point then, because I have got numerous questions. I'll start with Grange Farm, and that obviously is a fairly major allocation in the rural southern cluster. So my first question is, could we get a slightly more detailed explanation as to why the number of houses has dropped from 6,000 to 4,500 between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19. I mean, does that mean that housing need has been reassessed, or is there housing being reallocated, if you like, somewhere else? A couple of other points. The A505, I raised this in the Regulation 18 meeting we had, and I know it was raised by several people in response to the Regulation 18 plan. The most direct route from the proposed new settlement to the M11 is along the A505. Yet there is nothing in this plan about the A505. And I think that's a really serious issue, because the A505 kind of operates just at the margin of capacity as things stand. We've got the Welcome Genome Campus coming online over the next few years. That's going to put enormous pressure on it. Putting a 4,500 house new town at the end of it will cause the A505 to collapse. So I think there needs to be some serious work, and I would like to see more detail about the need for a proper solution to the 505, and particularly junction 10 on the M11 being part of this policy. So I suppose really my question is, why isn't it there, given I know it's been raised previously? And maybe I'll just leave it there for a minute, and then I've got some other questions I'll come back with on Grange Farm.
Thank you. I'll start, and then perhaps Stuart, you could comment on some of the transport, or Lauren, in terms of the reductions. Just at a very high level, though, obviously we haven't moved those 1,500 homes to somewhere else. There was a trajectory of delivery, which meant that within the plan period we weren't expecting that scheme to fully build out to its maximum. But if I can turn to Lauren just to explain some of the work we've done about capacity assessment and looking at the site, including the constraints, and then Stuart can perhaps talk a little bit about the approach we're taking with transport.
Thank you. So yes, to confirm, the number of units in the plan period delivered by Grange Farm is still 2,550, which is set out in the housing trajectory. We did some further capacity testing reflecting on representations made from local residents and stakeholders on Grange Farm, and we considered the other requirements that needed to be delivered on site in terms of green infrastructure, wider infrastructure, and the impacts on and Little Abington to the south of the site. And further capacity testing made us review the number of homes to reduce that, and that has also been done in alignment with a slight change in the site boundary at the bottom to create a wider buffer between the villages, and we've really considered, as you can see from the spatial framework in the plan, those landscape buffers around the site as well. I may defer to someone else on the transport section.
So, yes, at draft plan stage, we had an outline of the key mitigation required for this site, supported by the overall local plan modelling. For this stage, further work has been done, including engagement with the County Council, Combined Authority and GCP to refine that understanding. There is further clarity in the policy. That's supplemented by further detail provided by the promoter. As you say, the A505 is a critical corridor, and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but I don't think there's been too much identified as a key mitigation for that corridor. The Combined Authority a couple of years ago did their Voice into Grandeur Park study, noting that this is there's a whole host of sites, so Welcome and other sites, and it goes right across from Royston and so forth. So this has been identified as an area requiring further consideration across the piece. And I think we are doing some further work on that area, which Max might want to speak to as well.
Yeah, so there's a piece of work that we have commissioned jointly with the Cambridge Growth Company to understand what further strategic infrastructure investment may be needed to support growth in the Southern Cluster, noting there are some pretty major transport corridors and other constraints in that part of the area which need to be looked at in a more strategic, joined up way, thinking about how combinations of different sites. It's worth saying as well that the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy, that is also under the preparation at the moment by the Combined Authority, is also thinking about transport infrastructure in a more strategic sense. So thinking about how different growth areas join up and sort of cumulatively what strategic investment is needed in terms of transport infrastructure. So I think between these pieces of work, we should have a clearer picture of what might be needed in the future, and we'll obviously be continuing to sort of refine our position on that. We're planning to do a further update to the infrastructure delivery plan prior to submitting the local plan for examination, particularly around transport, where we are doing quite a bit more work ahead of submission.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's useful. I mean, I think from a local member perspective, I really think there ought to be something in the policy when we come to it about the 505, but I'm glad to hear there's some more work going on. The other thing I should add into that is junction, I always get my junctions wrong on the M11, but the one below junction 10, junction 9 I think it is, where the A11 intersects with the M11, which is currently not an always junction and really needs to be. It should have been made an always junction when the Wellcome Genome Campus was approved, but it wasn't. But it really, really needs to be, because that would actually do quite a lot to alleviate traffic on the 505, because it would provide another route to this to this area. So I would just add that one in as well. Just sticking with Grange Farm, I just had a few more points. Now I was interested in the original text we got had an estimate of trips, but I don't think that was in the movement section. That was included in the revised movement section. We got, so maybe this is an unfair question because I think it's gone, but I was a little concerned about the estimated trips in that original text. So annual trip budget of 1,114 trips for a 4,500 house settlement seemed extraordinarily low to me. So in a sense, I'm glad that's gone. But I was just wondering if we could get a bit more detail on what work has gone on about the trips or the impact of this new settlement, which takes me on to a broader point, is that there is reference in the movement policy, in the movement section of the policy, to this being a sort of low car settlement. Now, I worry that good intentions here might result in bad policy. I think it is highly unlikely that a settlement in a very rural area is going to turn out to be a very low car neighbourhood, just simply by virtue of its geography and where it is, which is quite remote from the city. So I do worry that there might be a bit of wishful thinking resulting in a slightly unrealistic policy. And then my final point just on this is again related to transport. On the new text on movement, I see there is a proposal on point, hang on, I've lost it, where's it gone? Point 23 or paragraph 23, C4, to extend the CSET busway directly into the new settlement. Now that seems like quite a significant change to me. Now I know there are alternatives in there. If that can't happen, there are other mitigations. But my broader concern is, but the extent to which CSET really provides a viable public transport option for people in this new settlement. CSET goes to the biomedical campus. Very handy if you lived in Grange Farm and you worked in the biomedical campus, or you happen to have an appointment at Addenbrooke's. Very handy to have a direct route into the medical centre. If you work on the Sidgwick site, or on the North Cambridge site, or frankly anywhere else, CSET is probably going to be next door to useless to you, because it only takes you to the edge of the city. So it's not really a particularly useful public transport link, I would say, unless you happen to want to go to a medical campus. So to what extent is the sustainability of transport in this settlement resting on CSET? I would hope that again, it's not being, good intentions don't make for a slightly unrealistic policy.
Maybe if I take the CSET point first, really. So I guess just winding back to why this was located as, or identified as a good location for a new settlement. Number one, I guess, was its proximity to the existing parks of Granta Park, Babyham and so forth, such that people could get to those by walking and cycling. Secondly, a key principle was to locate them on existing or proposed public transport routes. And the modelling demonstrated that CSET was a necessary thing to be there, to connect directly into, to enable you to get an acceptable transport impact, so keeping people out of their cars and off the roads. Absolutely, it doesn't get you to everywhere, and it won't be the solution for everybody living there. And the challenge that the promoters will have will be to demonstrate that there is a credible package of public and active transport measures that will keep you within that trip budget. So that's the number of trips that can, external vehicle trips that go onto that network. The trip budget is an approach that's been taken across the key strategic sites, and what is in the policy is a description of the initial trip budget. So the numbers are in the supporting text for each of the sites, but we have moved them out of the policy. So they're still there, but recognising that that is an initial trip budget and it is likely to be refined, not within like a massive, we expect it from the county council that it will still be within the same ballpark, but it will be subject to refinement through the planning processes. But it kind of goes to your point, as you say, at the application stage, and the policy is very clear, that a full transport strategy will be required to be agreed with the local highways authority, including in preparation with the local planning authority and, where relevant, the national highways. That will be the thing where it ultimately says, this is how we do this, and it will have to have a credible package to enable the trip budget to be met and a reasonable mode share which will reflect what the package is, but as you say, also, this is not in central Cambridge or whatever, it is not going to have the same features as, say, Eddington.
Yeah.
I'll just add a little bit to what Stuart said, which all of which is completely right. I mean, I guess there's a couple of points here. We have sought to create a policy position which seeks to ensure that the key infrastructure that we think is needed to support the site is available at the earliest opportunity in the development. I think the idea being, well, firstly, as Stuart's already said, the modelling shows that this is required to actually make this site work without leading to adverse impacts on the highways network, and we've been working really closely with the county council, but also with national highways to ensure that that is the case and that we've got the evidence to support that. We've done a lot of work as part of the infrastructure delivery plan as well to build out a much clearer picture of all of the transport initiatives that are needed to support this site. So CSET is part of that picture, but there are other aspects as well. So one of the things we're really keen to do at this site is promote walking and cycling as a credible choice for people that live in the area. And that's relying on a certain amount of infrastructure investment into the active travel network in this area that we think can be provided viably. We've demonstrated through our viability assessment that this site is viable with reasonable contributions towards some of these measures. And there's a range of different interventions highlighted in the IDP, actually including, and I should have mentioned this earlier on in relation to the previous question, but active travel improvements along the A505, because we recognise that there are some major safety issues in that corridor, and we have costed a specific scheme that would actually improve those links so that people can cycle to the Genome campus and other key employment locations in this area. We've also done a lot of work to cost up what a credible package of wider public transport improvements looks like, so other bus service improvements that would take you to other parts of the city as well. So there's been a lot of work put in. I think we recognise that, of course, people will drive. I think you can't deny that. People have free will. Some people will choose to drive, but I think it's about putting in place the infrastructure at the start to encourage people to consider alternative choices and alternative means of moving around the area.
Okay, thank you.
And just to finish on that point, one of the reasons, and it was touched upon earlier on in the question that I responded to earlier, one of the reasons, in terms of the broad traffic modelling, this many houses, if you disperse them or if you concentrate them, will create trips on the network, without a shadow of a doubt. And if one hypothecates further into the future, the more dispersed in some respects, the fewer options exist other than a private car to be able to service that. Somewhere on the line, we have to move to a strategy which is about recognising the huge challenges, and Councillor earlier mentioned the lack of a high street on Camborne, for example, as one of the reasons why people have to get in their cars right now to go somewhere else. What we're expecting, the learning here, is that, and we still believe that the right approach is to create these consolidated sites so that you can firstly, eyes wide open, actually cost in the price of some of this infrastructure earlier than otherwise the market would provide. Perhaps lessons of the past are we assumed the market would provide these things as a very part of the delivery process, but with sort of 30% of shopping now online, retailing isn't something that's going to automatically happen early. We need to price that into these new schemes and actually subsidise that infrastructure earlier. And see things like health and education infrastructure early in the development as not just about good placemaking, but actually as an active part of the transport strategy for these sites. In other words, if there isn't a school there, you immediately precipitate trips to the neighbouring areas. And we need to perhaps move away from separating these out as seeing them as just infrastructure for place and see them as an active part of the strategy about how you minimise external trips. So one of the absolute concerns that people in Greater Abingdon and other places have said is this is too big, it's going to overwhelm the villages and so forth. I think we recognise that, but the risks of reducing it in size that it is less able to deal with that infrastructure is that for both the infrastructure that it can create for those surrounding villages, like retails, supermarket, for example, that you would see potentially coming to this store, you're reducing trips out of Great Abingdon further onto the network through other villages, up through Cambridge to get to, say, the edges of Cambridge for those trips. And by consolidating that infrastructure into sites that can afford to deliver things earlier, we avoid the circumstances which many of, having lived through the kind of position where we had all of those sites coming forward on the edges of villages and people expressing concerns about the pressure that was putting on. If you'd consolidated all of those sites into one place, that infrastructure could have been put in place to serve those new homes that were delivered through that 5-year land supply process much more effectively. So we understand this kind of trade-off between the scale of the new settlement and the understandable concerns of that community, but actually thinking about long-term, more sustainable patterns of living and how the new settlement at Grange Farm, maybe not for current residents who may well have a really strong view about it, but in the future will reintegrate with the settlement hierarchy and provide localised trips that are walkable and cyclable to the amenities that are simply not available to the existing villages and so forth. And that process will take time to assimilate, but we already see residents of Longstanton and Oakington using the sports pitches and amenities and the sports halls and the new infrastructure on Northstowe, whereas previously they would have had to drive to Cambridge to use those amenities. And that's the kind of approach we're trying to kind of consolidate. Yes, it's a massive intervention, but it is a new and it adjusts the settlement hierarchy and so forth. But if we accept that there is a consistent and long-term challenge about transport, then it's these big spatial moves that will be part of trying to create that solution, recognising there will be externalities that we need to address at scale.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of brief points, and then I'll move to Councillor Booth. I think is next. I mean, that in many ways that's great to hear. I absolutely, agree with you. It's in a sense a $64 million question, and then get the infrastructure there at the start, then you don't, have generating trips. I mean, to give you an anecdote, I was speaking to somebody not long ago who lives in Northstowe, and his GP is in Leicester. because they lived in Leicester, they moved to Northstowe, they couldn't find a GP. So if they need to go to the GP, they have to drive all the way to Leicester. It's much better if you save those trips. But I suppose the point I was going to make, and I know I made this before, and I'm sure it is in your plans, but just to, you know, I think factor in as well when you're looking at the transport network, that town will generate trips into it. So it's not just a matter of, you know, the people there not leaving, people will drive there. So, you know, instead of me driving to Cherry Hinton to go to Tesco's, I might end up driving there to go to Tesco's. And obviously that puts further stress on particular transport corridors like the 505. But I think there's no need to answer that. I think I've probably had my fair say. So, Councillor Booth next.
Okay, I'm just going to pre-qualify what I say next with just a couple of statements, if that's okay. So, had I chosen to go to my office yesterday, it would have been more efficient for me to go to King's Cross from Camborne than it would for me to go to my office on Station Road in Cambridge. So just as someone who lives in Camborne, and this is with respect to North Camborne, and actually I'm someone that's firmly of the belief that there's nothing worse than having a strategy and executing it half-heartedly. And I think the document that's been put forward by the officers is a strategy that has clear benefits that are articulated. And there's nothing worse than we could do as local representatives or outside of these chambers is working to undermine the strategy once it's been agreed. The next thing I just wanted to say is I've lived in South Cambs my whole life. I grew up in Harston, lived in Camden since 2004, went to school in Comberton, etc. And so the thing I like about this plan is exactly what Stephen's talked about the sort of agglomeration of housing demand in particular places so we can be more efficient with how we deliver the big infrastructure. So my point is, with respect to North Camborne, and also making the current Camborne settlement viable, we've had opposition in the past to delivering the things that make these settlements viable. And I think my concern is, outside of these chambers, we have people who are not supportive of the very things that will maximise realising the benefits of this strategy. So it was a call, first of all, to the Cabinet, but also to the Mayor and to other local politicians to get behind supporting Camborne and making sure that the full benefits of the local plan and our housing strategy and our transport strategy are fully realised, because as someone who grew up in other parts of South Cambridgeshire, I accept that Camborne and Northstowe and other places are actually taking a lot of the burden off of significant development in the sort of legacy villages of Cambridge, which potentially would detrimentally change their character and their nature. So I think there needs to be an appreciation of that. So it's more of an observation, but also, I guess, a request at the same time.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if officers wanted to make any comments on that or not. Okay. Councillor Batchelor wants to make a comment.
There was a request for the Cabinet to sort of appreciate Camborne. So, all I can say is, absolutely, Camborne is one of the major areas for development that we see in South Cambridgeshire. It's one of the most important sort of strategic sites that we have at our disposal. We spent many years sort of building it out, and then what we're proposing in this local plan is essentially the next phase of that. There's proposed to be a new railway station in there, which will obviously open up more opportunity. So all I can say is absolutely, Camborne is very high up the priority list for certainly us as an administration, and we hope future administrations in whatever format the Unitary Council comes in. So I hope that offers some reassurance.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Hansrush.
Sorry, I can't resist saying this. The person who lives in Northstowe and has a GP in Leicester needs to understand that there are GPs in Willingham and Long Stanton who will look after them. Having a GP in Leicester means that if there is an emergency or a semi-emergency, they'll only burden Adam Brooks with it. Sorry, I had to say it. Thank you.
I don't know. To be fair to them, they said they tried to register, they couldn't. But I mean, it's an anecdote. They don't live in Northstowe anymore, actually. So they moved away. But thank you. Okay, any other member? Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Thank you, Chair. I have a few things to add to the discussion of Camborne. I think we all sort of realise that the North Cambourne proposal is attaching a new development onto an existing one. And I've spoken about this many times, about the importance of the connectivity between the proposed North Cambourne site and existing Cambourne. I have looked through a number of these papers. One of them is the Spatial Option Part 2. And on page 91 of that, it mentions, overall, East West Rail is planning to re-provide 3 road bridges, as well as 2 active travel bridges, to compensate for the public right-of-way removed and to ensure that north-south connections across the railway are maintained. I wanted to check, when I went to the East West Rail consultation, those things were not on their diagrams. So I would like that to be the case, but I wondered, you know, where this had come from and why it was different to what the East West Rail people were saying at the consultation, please.
Officers? Yep.
Thank you. So yeah, essentially, the East West Rail DCO will need to re-provide any existing footpaths or road that it severs as part of their scheme. So at the moment, the East West Rail's proposals are to deal with the Brockley Road, because obviously the railway line will go through that, as well as a couple of the footpaths and the road that leads up to Knapwell. So it's, I believe that what's in the evidence-based document is technically correct, because it will need to re-provide those connections. I think where the policy in the emerging plan is stronger is the point around the connections to the existing town of Cambourne. In particular, how we are really pushing through the policy and backed up by the evidence, a connection to West Cambourne in particular, which doesn't fall within the East West Rail DCO proposals. Improved active travel connections at the existing Dumbbell roundabout, because quite frankly, that's not a very friendly place for people to be walking and cycling across, as well as a active travel and public transport connection on the eastern side as well, closer to the proposed railway station. So the policy, we believe, is far stronger than what the proposed East West Rail DCO is doing, because the DCO, I suppose in some ways, is only dealing with the impacts it generates, whereas through the local plan, we need to take a much more kind of comprehensive approach, thinking about, well, what does East West Rail need to do, but what do others need to do, in particular the site promoters, developers, over time as they bring forward planning applications. So we're hoping that actually the package that we've set out through the transport evidence and in the plan sets out a much more suite of transport measures that would need to be looked at, refined as the planning applications come forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members?
Oh yes, I have more.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Leeming, sorry, apologies.
I have more questions. I still haven't finished on bridges yet. So in the earlier edition of this local plan, there was a mention of a green bridge. I don't know whether I've just not seen it or whether it has been removed.
Can you ask your next question while I just double check that, please? Thank you.
Okay, and it's the third bridge-related question, which is, how will these connections be paid for? Because they're going to be extremely expensive, and if the plan is that they are all worked through Section 106s, those Section 106s are going to be needed for normal community facilities, roads, doctors, schools, so on and so on. If mixed into that, there has to be Section 106 contributions to pay for a number of bridges, I think that might make the viability of the schemes a bit stretched. I'm just wondering where the money will come from.
Okay, who'd like to?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Yes, so yes, the Green Bridge, or also known as the Land Bridge, is still proposed in the policy, so that it's still there. So yes, I think we share a mutual approval of that proposal. And in terms of the funding, so Max might want to come in and say a bit more on this, but broadly speaking, all of the key pieces of infrastructure necessary to support the sites has been factored into the infrastructure delivery plan and then tested through the viability assessment. Now, the viability assessment demonstrates that actually all of the big sites are viable. Now, whether it's the development paying for all of those pieces of infrastructure or not will need to be kind of worked out, at the time that the planning applications come in. It may be that those sites provide a significant contribution towards the overall cost of all of those bridges, as an example, or they may deliver them. But I think it will be a mix. But sorry, Max, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say.
I mean, I would just add to that the infrastructure delivery plan seeks to identify a range of potential funding sources that might contribute to infrastructure. Clearly, development contributions cannot solely pay for all the infrastructure that is needed. So the IDP basically starts to compile a picture of what potential prospective funding sources might be for that infrastructure. As Terry's mentioned, we've been through quite a significant costing exercise. So actually all of those bridges that you mentioned are included in the schedule for the infrastructure delivery plan, and they are costed. We've had them costed as part of the work that we've been doing on the Camborne Spatial Framework. And those elements have been tested through the viability assessment. So they would be looking at whether that site can make a reasonable contribution towards those key pieces of infrastructure, but clearly other sources of funding will need to be identified. There's something about the timing, the time frame for this. So some of these sort of key infrastructures are not likely to come forward for some time. For the local plan, we need to demonstrate that there is a reasonable prospect that these things can be funded and delivered. And we believe that the evidence we've put together goes some way to demonstrating that. But clearly there will have to be further work done over time to start to sort of refine and build out that position, noting the sort of the very long-term nature of some of the development that's been put forward in this local plan.
Thank you. That leads me on to my next question, actually, which is that in the main body of the main text, quite early on, actually, page 30-something, it says that there will be 2,550 of the houses out of the 13,000 planned for North Camborne built within this local plan. So that's up to 2045. So to kind of put that in perspective, that's a development that's pretty much the same size as West Camborne, added north of the A428. So back to the thing we've spoken about a number of times this evening, which is having a critical mass of people for infrastructure. How are we going to ensure that one, this proposed development doesn't have a couple of decades being severed from existing Camborne because we haven't got enough infrastructure to connect it up? Two, how are we going to encourage businesses to grow around the train station if the development that's just north of the A428 is going to be relatively small in this time frame?
There's a couple of responses to that. Absolutely, this is a long-term project. In terms of how do we sequence the right pieces of infrastructure in the right order commensurate with the scale of the site growing, I think that's not something that the local plan in detail can look at, but it's most certainly something that as a planning application is brought forwards. And mindful of something that we referenced in respect of Grange Farm, this working to a trip budget, we need to maximise the internalisation of those trips to Camborne and see those kind of complementary uses. So those connections, again, play a role not just as a piece of nice to have, they will be an essential component of delivering the transport requirements that I'm sure the county will bring to bear, or indeed the unitary, in all probability, if unitaries come forwards, and the Development Corporation. Max has made the point about infrastructure being viable in terms of appropriate contributions. We've seen on sites like Waterbeach, for example, the cycle bridge just going in as upfront costs. But it's fair to say that I think across the country, these large strategic sites need financial help in the early stages. And part of the objective of the policy, and indeed the further work that will continue on North Camborne and indeed all of these strategic sites, is to really drill down on what support these sites need to make them happen at pace. But we've seen, whether it's from Homes England funding the engine testing facility at Marley, through to contributions towards the railway station relocation at Waterbeach that's now on site, or indeed infrastructure things like the busway originally for Northstowe, that the government recognises that process. With an urban development corporation coming along, I think that's something that the community needs to hold the corporation to account for as well. And the more as we go forwards we can be clear on our choices and the significance of the prioritisation of that investment, I think the stronger the case will be to be able to see those things happen. At a strategic level, the site is deliverable based upon our understanding of the infrastructure. There will be questions inevitably as we go forwards about what affordable housing ratios sit with what phases of delivery. In the past, we've maximised that, but actually created places with no infrastructure for those people at the price of putting more affordable housing in. We're progressively learning, and I'm sure we will continue to. But the government has demonstrated that it knows you need to sometimes step in Greater Cambridge, and I wouldn't expect that to change with the DevCo. The railway station is a game changer, people tell me, in terms of both the pace at which people will want to see that town centre come forwards, or the opportunities around that new railway station manifest. And so it might be lumpy, and it might also bring different sources of funding. I did just want to mention a plug for the Community Infrastructure Levy, which we have agreed to go forward to examination, which is, again, a further source of transport-specific contributions. Not so much in their absolute terms, but their ability to be able to fund borrowing to deliver infrastructure is probably the more significant point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leaming, then I'll go to Councillor Booth.
Thank you. So I have two other questions left. One is quite a practical thing, and I just wondered whether it could be publicly noted or just explained, actually, a little bit about these change maps that have appeared with red hatching that have got a number of people into concern, and they've sort of grown legs and run around the district. I think, looking at the map and what I know the spatial allocation to be, that hatch area is the forest, is the wood, is the planned wood, but the way that it's presented, it just says Camborne expansion, and there's a hatch that goes up to the edges of other settlements. If it's possible for that to be changed before it goes out to public consultation, I think that'd be really helpful, because I think otherwise you're going to get a response that isn't, that doesn't reflect what that actually is demonstrating. There's another one, there's another hatched map, which is a red line boundary, which covers all of existing Camborne. I just wondered what that actually means, because it goes out into the parameters of the nature reserve and so on. So I wondered whether that could be explained. My last question is to do with the woodland, actually. So is the plan for that to be brought ahead fairly soon? Because I think for it to have benefit of doing one of the things that it's designed for, which is providing a natural barrier, it will need time to establish before the wave of development actually reaches up to that woodland. So I'm kind of hoping that that would come quite early on in the phasing. And the last question about that is there a policy for planting native-only tree species?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So just in terms of the change map, so I think there was a slight misinterpretation of what those maps were trying to show. So essentially what we've tried to do, and there are a whole suite of these maps within the relevant appendix, is showing all of the changes that we are proposing on the policies map moving forward. So I think potentially someone's read that and said, oh, Camborne North's expanding way further than what we were showing at the draft plan stage. But in actual fact, the distance of Camborne North to some of those villages like Ellsworth have actually increased. So I think it's a slight misinterpretation. We can look at the wording on how those maps are described, that's fine. But just to confirm, following our email exchange, I have been talking to our comms teams who have been trying to resolve or clarify the matters on social media, because we know that things can spread quite quickly on those things. In terms of the red line boundary covering all of the existing Camborne, I suppose one of the things to note is that there are two allocations for Camborne. There's Camborne and then there's Camborne North. So the allocation for Camborne covers the whole of the existing town, and then that's then split up when you look at the policy, where it has an allocation specifically for West Camborne, for the housing development across the road from this building, for the high street, and then for the connections into Camborne North. So what we've done is we've put a red line boundary around the whole town, because within it there are 4 distinct parts of that policy, and actually trying to separate them out into 4 bits would be quite challenging to show on a proposals map. So that's why we've kept with the same approach that we did do for the draft plan stage. In terms of the woodland approach, so you'll see that the policy now, I suppose, reflects not a change in approach, but a kind of a bit of a clarification that this is a kind of, we're describing it as a mosaic of landscapes, different types of landscapes. So I think previously people questioned whether it would be wall-to-wall trees that fell within that kind of green buffer to the north. And we've kind of said, well, it's unlikely to be wall-to-wall trees. There will still be opportunities in there for kind of arable farming. You've got the RSBB Hope Farm there as well, which obviously we want to retain and support what they're doing. We recognise that there'll be other kind of green and blue infrastructure happening within that space as well. So we're keen to say we're still proposing that kind of that woodland approach, that forest approach, but saying that actually it forms part of a mixture of different landscape elements to it. Clearly the timing of things like the woodland planting will be really important, just as much as the sustainable active travel connections and the busway and everything else. So it will all kind of go into the melting pot of what are the kind of key pieces of infrastructure needed to support the site. We've been talking since the consultation with a number of different organisations like the Woodland Trust, the Forestry Commission, Forestry England and others, to actually start to understand from them what are the different kind of routes to delivering woodland, how does it work, what sort of bodies and organisations might be, may take on a role like that, or maybe in a role to support others doing something like that. So there's lots of different, I suppose, mechanisms in terms of how that can be delivered. And I suppose the policy isn't trying to nail down exactly at this point who will deliver it or exactly when it will be delivered, but noting the fact that it will need to be delivered as the development comes forward in a timely way.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Councillor Booth.
I'll try and keep it quick, apologies. It's just to build upon things that have already been said. And particularly around unlocking money for infrastructure within these new towns and the viability of North Camborne as an example. So it's not something for officers necessarily, but it's more to voice a concern around the need for a really comprehensive policing strategy with settlements the sizes that we're talking about here, because one thing that will potentially deadlock the release of infrastructure money is occupancy. And if we have a situation where, as these towns grow out, I'm not a policing expert, but I don't believe that crime is linear, and there is the possibility that actually the rate at which antisocial behaviour or other crimes occurs could increase at an increasing rate with more houses, or obviously we're prescribing different types of housing within the settlement. So for me, it's more just to flag that concern that I wouldn't want to be in a situation where houses stop selling in a settlement or people start leaving settlements because of a perception about that new settlement. I mean, we've had it in Camborne for many years. I think Northstowe has obviously had similar issues at times. It's a risk to locking up infrastructure money that is needed to make that new settlement viable.
Oh, sorry, I think there's more of a comment than a question. Is that okay? Okay, great, thank you. And this is honestly not aimed at anybody, because this is probably one of the most important things that we can do as a local authority, is make a local plan. So I'm in no way trying to curtail scrutiny, but just, if I could just ask everybody to keep their questions as concise as they can and the answers as concise as well. I want us not to feel that we don't have the time to scrutinise any part of this plan, but obviously we probably don't want to be here until 2 AM either. So on, bearing that in mind, I'm just going to make 2 quick points, but I really don't expect any answers on these points. I'm just going to make 2 very parochial points about my own patch. Very pleased to see the Whittlesford Station policy, which I think has developed very well. I thought that was great. So tick on that one, particularly putting in the policy step-free access between the platforms. That was great. Just on the Spices site, I just want to make a comment, and there's no need to answer, but just to make a comment to put it on the record. So that's policy S, RSC, FSS. I would just want to flag up the opportunities that I think there are for public access to the broader Spices site and recreation. It's not in the policy at the moment. I know it was made in feedback to Regulation 18, but it would be great if that could be looked at again when we go forward to Regulation 19, because there are real opportunities for sort of public benefit from the development of that site, and I think some extra policy wording would be helpful, but that's just to flag it up. There's no need to respond. Okay, any other questions members have got on point 3, or are we okay to move on to 4? Okay, so let's move on to point 4 then, which are questions related to climate change, biodiversity and green spaces. So, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go any further, can I just say what a Herculean amount of work this process has been for all of the officers, and I congratulate them on bringing it this far. On this section, I wanted to draw our attention to the Biodiversity and Green Spaces topic paper, Appendix 3, Green Infrastructure Strategy. And it's figure 1 on page 2, which I'm delighted to see marks the area between the villages in my ward, Waterbeach, and right the way over to Longstanton and down to Histon and Impington, as a North Cambridge green space. Officers know, could have predicted I would raise this. I just wanted to note that in the narrative, it's described as a vision. It's how the local plan policies and evidence and the council's activities contribute to meeting a vision for green infrastructure in Greater Cambridge. And I just wanted to understand what sort of support do officers feel this site would need to have a realistic chance of this vision being realised for green open space?
Officer who'd like to take that one. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So, as I think we've had conversations before, those areas identified on the plan are explicitly broad strategic green infrastructure initiatives with objectives, so they're kind of not specifically geographically defined, they're broad areas with long-term ambitions for improving those areas based on a whole host of engagement and evidence about what's there and what could be. As it stands, for that area, we do not have a specific project identified. So in the infrastructure plan that Max has talked to, we have a number of strategic projects, such as the Wicken Fen Vision, which the National Trust is bringing forward, Copeland Countryside Reserve, obviously past, present, future are bringing forward. There are specific credible bodies who are developing projects and can gather funding, and funding diverted from some of the policies in this chapter, including the open spaces, the enhancing open spaces policies, will divert funding towards these projects. But the plan can only identify those projects if there is a credible body and a credible plan to do something there. We hope that over the years as the plan is there, those strategic initiatives can come forward via a number of projects. But as it stands, we don't have one associated with that North Cambridge green space. So right now, we don't have anything. I hope that things will come forward.
Right, I hear your explanation. That doesn't answer the question. What I was asking is, what sort of support, what sort of project would be needed in order to identify, in order to realise this as a, instead of just being a vision, as a supported area of green space to be developed, as green space, not as housing.
And forgive me, Councillor Brandon, do you mean what character of project, or more about the delivery of it?
What project would be sufficient to change this from a vision into a real area that was going to be developed as a green space? Because the north of Cambridge is very highly developed. We have a lot of farmland which is not accessible, but we're going to have Waterbeach Newtown, which admittedly has a lot of green space within it, but we're going to have an enormous amount of residents, and they need green space to enjoy. So what I'm just asking, I've asked this question before, and that's why I'm asking the question differently now. I'm asking, what sort of project would be required to change this from a vision into a practical delivery of an amenity green space?
So I would kind of point to the examples in the infrastructure plan where there is a credible project. So it's really about having a credible delivery body, specific plans, getting some costs up, and it clearly requires land and that delivery body to be engaging with the landowner. So the examples we've got are RSPB, Fen Drayton Lakes, the Wick and Fen Project National Trust. And yeah, you can see that they have those features. So I think those are the kind of things I'd point to.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick questions. The first one is to do with the policy of 20% BNG. I strongly support that as a policy. I think that's great. The way that it's written about in the agenda, in the main text actually of our paper agenda rather than the local plan papers, it's noted that it's been challenged. How much power do we have to stick to the 20%?
Mr. Dixon?
So, clearly, if members wish to include it in the proposed submission plan, we will put it forward, and again, representatives will have the opportunity to challenge the process. Now, so we've had representations on the issue. I say they broadly do fall between those which support, of which there are many, but also I think it's fair to say from the development industry, many challenging our legitimacy in going beyond the 10% national figure for reasons of have we demonstrated the case as to why it's necessary here, so locally, and is it viable? So in our view, we've demonstrated why it's necessary in Cambridgeshire and the unique circumstances that Cambridgeshire has in terms of its level of biodiversity and so on. We've also sought to demonstrate it's viable. So ultimately, we'd put that to the planning inspector to demonstrate that we think we have got an effective, sound policy approach. I would also, I think it's still necessary to highlight the NPPF changes that we don't know yet. They could impact our ability to implement that, but we think we've got a sound evidence base to put forward as to why it's appropriate in this area.
Councillor Leeming, did you want to come back on that?
Thank you. Actually, my second question was, would the NPPF potentially trump our policy? And you've answered that, so I'm not going to ask any.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bearpark, I think. Oh, sorry. Councillor Batchelor. Sorry, I keep missing you, Councillor Batchelor.
That's all right, I won't take it personally. It's fine. So, no, just very quickly, just tagging on the back of what John was saying. So obviously that's the policy side of it. From the political side of the council, you know, we have had the policy of being green to our core for many years now, and we're absolutely not looking to change that and trying to, you know, sort of beef up the biodiversity and the biodiversity net gain that we can achieve through planning is still something that we're looking to support. So from a sort of political thrust, I'd say we're not looking to change anything in that regard. So hopefully, again, that adds some kind of reassurance.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. I think I've got Councillor Bearpark and then Councillor Bradnam. Oh, go on then. Do you mind if Councillor Bradnam goes? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. It's just that it's related to what Councillor Leeming asked about 20% BNG. I just wanted to ask if we have a policy preference in favour of BNG delivery on site rather than off site, wherever possible.
Thank you.
Just to say, the national legislation requires that there must be that must be the preference. We recognise, and our ecology officers recognise, they can potentially get greater benefits where you locate it off-site at a strategic location. And so there are words around that, but we can't really go against the national legislation approach.
I was just going to add that, in fact, Cabinet considered a paper a few years ago about our effectively sequential approach to the delivery of BNG if it had to go off-site in terms of proximities, recognising the role of some of these reservoirs of BNG or sites like Lower Valley Farm, where we're looking to try and actually optimise the benefit of BNG credits.
Sorry, there's an animated discussion going on in the public gallery, which is great if it's about the local plan, but could you just keep the volume down a little bit because it's audible to us all? Thank you. Apologies. Okay, I think Councillor Bear Park next.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to speak strongly in favour of the 20% BNG policy. We live in one of the most nature-deprived countries in the world, and we live in a part of that country which is one of the most nature-deprived parts of that country. So therefore, what we're doing is adding 20% to not very much. Personally, I would like to see it go up further, and I think it would be a real shame if government decides that we cannot pursue this policy.
Thank you. I just had a quick follow-up question on that, and just purely for information, but what is the viability impact of going from 10 to 20? So, I mean, ultimately, this comes down to a cost per unit, really, of obligations. Do we know what that figure is?
I don't have that figure to hand, but I'm very happy to take that away and give a written response.
It is set out in the viability assessment. So clearly it does vary site by site, but they have made a reasonable sum based on drawing on sources to put a sum in against that policy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any further questions on this point? Okay, well, let's move on to infrastructure then. Now, I have actually had a question we have had a question in the Teams chat, which I was going to raise, and I've forgotten which councillor it's from.
Councillor Hubbard.
It's from Councillor Hubbard, who has put a question in the chat. So I'll read out that question, if that's all right for officers, and if officers could respond, that would be great. So the question is, I know part of the plan is to encourage active transport, but as a cyclist around the villages to the west of Cambridge and in Cambridge using the road and shared use paths, there are many really bad surfaces reminiscent of mountain and gravel routes rather than suburban and rural ways. In assessing cycling feasibility, do you ride yourselves around all of the routes and roads or ask specific specialist organisations such as CamCycle, or is it a paper exercise? At present, many will not take to two wheels as it is hazardous and frankly frightening to all but the intrepid.
Chair, can I just ask, who is that question from?
Councillor Hubbard.
Ah, okay.
It was submitted online on Teams.
I think we're more than happy to go back to Councillor Hubbard in writing after this meeting, because obviously they're not present at the moment. But I mean, just to say, one of the specific changes we made to our policy on sustainable transport from the last version of the local plan to the version we've got now is to add in some specific wording around making sure that where development contributes to the protection and enhancement or the creation of new walking, cycling, equestrian routes, that surfacing is one of the factors that is considered in terms of the design. So we've specifically identified that all-weather surfacing is something that should be sought in those circumstances. We've worked really closely with the county council actually to strengthen that policy and improve it. So I'm more than happy to go back and liaise with Councillor Hubbard on that.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Thomas.
Good evening. Sorry, I just have to read this from my laptop. One of the plan's strategic priorities is ensuring health infrastructure is provided in the right place at the right time. Excuse me. One of the plan's strategic priorities is ensuring healthcare infrastructure is provided in the right place and at the right time. Could Could officers explain what assurance Cabinet has received that healthcare infrastructure will be planned and delivered alongside the proposed housing growth, particularly in our strategic growth locations?
I can take that question. Thank you very much for that question. So we have been working extremely closely with the Integrated Care Board and the local NHS trusts in recent months, noting that actually we had a lot of feedback through the consultation last time that health was sort of noted as an area where there was a degree of uncertainty in the infrastructure delivery plan in terms of sort of how it would be provided, where it should be provided. So the timing of this is quite challenging because the NHS is going through a lot of change right now. So the ICB has just gone for a big restructure. Government policy has changed quite significantly on this recently. So there is now a new focus on delivering health services at the neighbourhood scale and sort of rolling that out at the smaller scale rather than all services being directed through sort of acute care through sort of Addenbrooke's. So there's a lot of work going on at the moment in the trusts to identify the most appropriate strategy for how they can meet both the needs of the current population, future populations, taking into account our local plan growth, but also to deliver that in a way that aligns with the government's priorities on sort of neighbourhood healthcare. We've got some work that we have sort of jointly commissioned with the ICB, which is looking at the implication of planned growth on the local plan and to identify how those needs in terms of the healthcare can be met either on-site or through a contribution to an off-site facility. So that work is going on at pace over the summer, and we have made some updates to the infrastructure delivery plan to reflect some of the recent developments in this area, but there is more work that needs to be done to actually really pin down where those facilities will be provided and to make sure that our policies have the right hooks to actually secure that infrastructure at the right time. The IDP goes some way to doing that. I think there is more we need to do, and I'm pretty confident that by the time we get to the submission of the local plan, we'll have an infrastructure delivery plan that's updated and fully reflects those strategies that are being developed at the local level. So hopefully that provides some reassurance. I appreciate it's not the perfect answer in terms of timing, but it's another one of these classic examples of where infrastructure planning often happens on a different time frame to the local plan. So in this case, we've done a lot of work to try and make sure we can get as much information as we possibly can and demonstrate we can provide the infrastructure that's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hansraj.
On the same note, I wonder why we've built thousands of houses and there is a woeful lack of healthcare in all these. So where are we going to sort this out? It's taking too long. The new towns like Northstowe and Camborne have expanded and they still don't have adequate GP services. There is one acute care hospital, which is Addenbrooke's, and we know what stress that is under. And after all these houses have been built, why are we now looking at building smaller hospitals locally?
I mean, I'll just say one thing in response, which is, I mean, I can't comment on some of the things that have happened in the past, but it's our job as officers to plan proactively for the growth that is coming forward. I think there's a recognition that that there is more that needs to be done locally to make sure there is a sort of proactive forward plan in place for providing that health infrastructure. We're doing everything we can to make sure that coincides with our local plan and that infrastructure is planned more proactively to support the growth that's coming forward. I know that I think there have been a few different locations that are being considered for potential health hubs as part of the neighbourhood strategy that is being developed at the moment, I think including Northstowe as a prospective location, but there is more work that the Integrated Care Board and the South Place need to do to really sort of identify where those most appropriate locations are.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, do you want to go on, Councillor Hansraj, and then I'll come to Mr. Kelly.
Okay, so you talk about, for example, a health hub in Northstowe. Where is the GP going to come from? The one that is needed in Northstowe, more than one, because it's expanding now, phase 3.
I think Liz may want to come in. I can see.
Sorry, yes, Chief Executive.
If I may, since I spend a lot of my time working with health colleagues, we are responding to policy changes in health, and with the 10-year National Health Plan that's just been launched, the Neighbourhood Health Plan, we're responding to that change. And health is, you know, as the population ages, that the health service, the NHS wants to provide more localised care and more preventative care and try to keep people out of hospital, because our hospitals, as you say, can't cope. In Northstowe, specifically, we're building a civic hub. The council is building a civic hub, and we're currently looking at allocating 2 floors of that hub to the health service. Some of that is planned to be GP provision. Some of it's planned to be this kind of neighbourhood health provision, which will be services that previously were provided in Addenbrooke, which will be provided more locally in Northstowe, and that will be for Northstowe and the surrounding areas. But that's a National Health Service policy that we are having to respond to, and the planners are sort of trying to keep up with changes in that policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to come back, Ms. Kelly? Was that?
Well, just to offer reassurance that actually all of our new settlements do have health provision built into them and commitments around healthcare. But as Max and Liz have highlighted, unfortunately the commissioning of that infrastructure, even where it is provided for in the Section 106, is not always entirely straightforward. So we have two, a good example is on the edges of Cambridge in Darwin Green. There's a health facility that was provided, it's sitting empty at this moment in time, as there is at Eddington. We can, in some respects, deal with the physical manifestations of health delivery, but the procurement of GPs, the actual commitment, financial commitment to occupy that space, are decisions that lie beyond the local authority, or that certainly beyond the local planning authority. The work we try to do at least gives us an insight about those requirements, so that they can be factored into the planning processes as we go forwards. But it's a wider, as Liz said, it's a wider system issue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansraj, do you want to come back once more?
Quickly to ask if we can have the NHS providers in scrutiny, and perhaps we could jointly talk to them.
Very good suggestion. Yes, I think we can certainly look into that, Chief Executive.
Certainly you can. You'll probably remember that they came 18 months ago from the hospital, and I think it was, you know, a good piece of scrutiny. So you could certainly look at inviting them, maybe the ICB again. Yeah,
that's a very good suggestion. I think we should do that. I mean, I don't want officers necessarily to respond, but I've got a lot of sympathy with your comments, because, you know, as we know, the capacity, I think, of Addenbrooke has not increased in 20 years, but the population has increased significantly. And, you know, we end up in situations like we had last week, where they declare a major incident on, I think, like a Wednesday afternoon in the middle of summer, which is not the time you'd expect a hospital to be overwhelmed. Something is seriously wrong. So, great suggestion, and we'll take that forward. Councillor Brandon.
Can I suggest that if we do invite NHS providers, I would like it to concentrate, and I think this is what Councillor Hansraj is interested in, is can we look at GP provision? Is that the... Rather than, because if you remember when they came before, they were talking about the critical care hospital on the Addenbrooks and critical care in the community. But we'd like to understand how it's going to be delivered in our new developments.
So GPs aren't the only issue from my point, Mayor Chair? GPs are not the only issue, in my opinion. You do need those localized hospitals. When the chief executive of Addenbrooke came to speak to us, he resigned 3 days later. Couldn't answer the question as to why thousands of houses being built, and he's talking about making leeway in orthopedics. So this needs further discussion. I won't go into any of the nitty-gritty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great suggestion. We'll certainly take that forward and we'll try and set that meeting up. Councillor Sebastian.
I think we need to look into the mental health side of the community as well. The provisions for mental health is really not expanding nowadays. So we are only focusing on the physical side of Adam Brooks, but there are other hospitals there, full-blown hospital there, LCMHT there. So then the problem is a lot of people are nowadays diagnosing with ADHD and neurodiversity. That provision is also there. So we need to look into the mental health side of the NHS side to provide these services on this community as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's really useful. I probably don't want to get too much into a debate about healthcare, but that's really useful and we can take that on board, I think. Councillor Bear Park.
Yeah, I just got a question about, a couple of questions about energy infrastructure. So climate environment, recently we considered the CPCA's local area energy plan, which I think you mentioned earlier in the presentation. Firstly, I would say I don't think it's really a plan. It's more a gap analysis between now and 2045 was the way I viewed it. A couple of questions. One is, their estimate for the number of public EV chargers would have to go up from 219 in South Cambs now to 13,000 by 2045. I was kind of wondering, do we even have 13,000 public parking spaces where we could put those chargers? And I was kind of concerned about the land take that would require and whether that's been considered. And a similar question around kind of grid infrastructure. I suppose a couple of points here. Emma Davies, I think it was at that meeting, and yeah, she kind of gave a lot of reassurance that there was a lot of communication going on between different bodies, including UK Power Networks, to try and ensure that the infrastructure required is there. But I was wondering again about the land take of that in terms of substations and that sort of thing, whether that land is secured in any way, or whether there's going to be a conflict that could arise. Yeah, those are my two main questions, really. I suppose it's about land needed for any different types of energy infrastructure and whether that's being considered as part of in the local plan.
Okay, who's able to respond to that question?
If I take the grid infrastructure, then I might pass on to Max for the EV charging, if that's okay. So the local area energy plan, we have the phase 2 study as well that indicates where the grid reinforcement is needed. And we haven't specifically said this is where land take is needed for each of these yet, because it's quite a moving feast in terms of whether there'll need to be these grid reinforcements and when they'll be phased, and if other development comes in first, it may impact on when these need to happen and within the timing of that. But we have tried to consider, for example, if there needs to be the sort of upgrades to those stations, making sure that that's built into the IDP, so that the funding is there, and we're sort of discussing with the UKPN to make sure that that is available. In terms of landscape more specifically, I think it would be slightly premature to start indicating those land parcels for that, but we do set out for the in that phase 2 document for those 7 growth areas, what the implications are in terms of the additional growth. And I think as the planning application continues, there'll be a requirement for an energy master plan, which is set out in the climate chapter and the infrastructure chapter. And within that discussion and working out more close to the time of delivery, I think that will start to go into the discussions of what is needed in terms of land take on the site and how that can be built into whether an energy centre is needed or a data centre to support the development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, on the question on EV chargers, it's a bit of a challenging one to answer because, so for residential development, for new residential development going forward, there is a requirement set out in building regulations to provide EV chargers. So it's not a specific thing that we tackle explicitly in the local plan, because generally there's a sort of understanding that when something is covered in building regulations, you don't duplicate that with a requirement in policy as well, because sort of the assumption is that, that's covered. But I kind of, my sort of reading of, or my understanding of your question, this is more about access to public EV charging, is it?
Yeah, sorry, that was, it was the 13,000, and it did surprise me, was the number of public EV chargers that they were predicting would be needed. I guess for people travelling through South Cambs, and also possibly people, you know, off-street parking requirements.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I'm not sure I can answer the question about land take. I may have to take that question away. I think there are a number of examples in the infrastructure delivery plan where we've identified specific schemes where EV charging solutions will be needed to support that site, so particularly for employment sites where there actually are not those requirements in building regulations, where there is a need to provide those charging facilities. We have included that in the IDP, and we have sought to cost it where we've been able to do that. In terms of that sort of those public charging facilities, I would wager it's probably something that is more a county council responsibility as the local highways authority. But I appreciate that's not probably as full an answer as I would like to provide you, so I can take that one away and respond after the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Booth.
It was just a general question. I'm just noticed, obviously, quite a few people have left. How many councillors do we need to be quorate, just so no one else leaves?
Oh, no,
We're
safe.
okay.
We're safe for the quorum.
We're okay. Okay, so no one else leave, and then we'll remain quorate. Okay.
No, we're fine with the quorum for the time being. Just on that point, I mean, obviously, it'd be ideal if we could wrap up by 10, sort of at the outside, possibly before. Yes, but that was going to be my next question. Should we have a short comfort break, and then maybe I think what we'll do is we'll bundle jobs, homes, and places together, and then we'll aim to try and finish as near as we can to 10. Is that okay? Because I'm also conscious of officers. Members can get up and leave and go to the loo, but officers can't. So I think it's probably time we had a break. Not that I'm casting and saying you need to, but you know, just in case you do. So should we have 10 minutes again and come back at 20 past? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire Scrutiny and Overview Committee. So we are continuing with our discussion of the local plan and the Regulation 19 consultation. So we've got 3 topics left to look at, but I think we'll bundle those together now at this point, and we'll just deal with everything and hopefully get through it as swiftly as we can, but obviously, again, not wanting to curtail discussion. So jobs, houses, homes, places, well-being and social inclusion. Now, we have held over a question from Councillor Booth earlier about provision of...
It was related to healthcare, which I think we covered, and I'm conscious we've been going quite a while, so I will happily desist.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Okay, so members, any other points or questions on any of the remaining topics that we've got? Councillor Bradnam and then Councillor Leeming.
I wanted to ask about under place wellbeing and social inclusion. I think it comes under this. Just bear with me. Yes, here we are. In the policy, it's about land for burial, because I think looking at the study done by LandPro, which is called the Greater Cambridge Burial Study, Lord only knows where I found it, but anyway, it's somewhere in the documents. It talks about the fact that they have done a very careful assessment of the amount of land that's needed for burial and cremation and interment of ashes. So that not the cremation facilities and interment of ashes. And I think what that study says is they have concluded that even looking at the way the population will increase and the death rate associated with that, they think that although there might be some localised difficulties in some parishes, broadly speaking, there's enough burial space in the district for the number of people who are going to die in the planned period, which is reassuring. But, of course, it does leave those villages who are short of burial space in a difficulty, because the place where you can actually often make sure there is enough burial space is in new developments, because you can say, no, we need this amount of allocation of land because you're building this many houses. And I just wanted to kind of check with the officers whether there's any... or is it totally a parish responsibility? They must save up and buy land from local farmers in order to make provision for their own burial space. Is that being considered? Because also, way back in the mist of time, I did actually look at the planning application when I was on planning committee for another crematorium in the area of Whittlesford. You may indeed remember it, Councillor Williams. And it was refused, but granted on appeal, but it still hasn't been delivered yet. And I just wondered, what's the officer's view of the sufficiency of burial space in the district?
I can try and answer that. My understanding is that the study did identify some shortfall, but also proposed a standard by which that future need would be met. So it was based on the, I think it was based on the anticipated number of burial spaces we would need to meet the needs across the plan period, and then it applied some assumptions about how much land would be needed to actually deliver those burial spaces. So there were 2 models that were looked at. There was the sort of traditional municipal, and then there was a sort of green burial spaces model, which required a little bit more land. So from that, it was the IDP took that data and identified that based on future population growth that's planned through the local plan, there would be a need for between, I think it was 1.5 and 2 hectares of additional burial space to meet the needs in the plan period. So we have integrated that into the meeting the needs of new and growing communities policy. I think that standard is now specifically identified in the policy. And we've also tried to articulate in the IDP how much that is likely to cost to deliver. What we have not done yet, and this will be subject to some further refinement work we're doing on that burial spaces study. There's a further sort of phase of work that's going to be undertaken in the next few months, is to actually start to identify what appropriate locations to meet some of those needs would be. And I think that's reflecting on some of the challenges in actually identifying the right sites for this kind of burial space. Clearly, parishes will meet some of that need, but there may be need for new additional municipal facilities as well. But one of the challenges can often be the ground conditions. I understand there has been a challenge, actually, I think, on one of the sites recently, one of the strategic sites, where the ground conditions are not actually suitable to provide burial spaces. So what we're going to do is do some further work to identify that, and they will probably also make some recommendations to the councils, both ourselves and the City Council, about what further technical studies might be needed to further refine that work, because you would have to actually go out and do more detailed work on sort of ground conditions, that sort of thing, to be able to actually nail down those projects a bit more specifically. So it's something that we're doing a bit more work on, but just to reassure, we do have a standard. The IDP accounts for that and reflects there is a need that will have to be met in the plan period. But I think further work to be done to sort of really refine that and identify those projects that could actually meet those needs.
The reason I ask is because you're right. One of the things that they identified was high groundwater, which sadly we suffer from in my village, and so there are, given that we are in the edges of the wash, there are lots of places in our district which are not suitable, and so actually we do need municipal facilities elsewhere. So there is provision, but also what came up in that was that whilst currently a lot of people are opting for cremation, which of course is wonderfully economic of space, younger generations are envisaging preferring to be buried. So it's important. The reason I mention that, and I'm glad you've looked at the study, because people don't really want to think about it. Parishes do make provision and do buy land to give themselves sufficient capacity for the anticipated deaths. But it's a gruesome thing to think about, and so it's good to think about it early doors so that people aren't caught out by it. And many church cemeteries are now full, so we do need to think about it and how we're going to make provision for that. And there are models in other towns and rural areas that are quite clever for how to handle it. So I think it's good that it's being dealt with, but thank you very much, Max.
Can I just add as well, I think that you make a really important point at the end, that what we've got at the moment is we've got a needs assessment that tells us what's needed. I think what we haven't got yet is a sort of full strategy of how you actually roll that out and what the right mix of different facilities is. So that is something that we're expecting to receive some recommendations about what further work might be needed to get us to a proper strategy of how you then roll that out.
Separately, I will email you the details of some quite unusual ways of managing it. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeming, did I see your hand?
You did, Chair. Hello. So my first question was to do with homes. I looked through the housing policy and I couldn't see any mention of intergenerational living. And I thought, given, but both our ageing population may be elder relatives who would like to live with younger relatives, or inversely, younger people who can't afford to move out. I'm just wondering whether that's something that we could factor into the housing stock mix.
I suppose what I would comment is, I think this is something that, what we're starting to appreciate is a wide, much broader church of housing options that people are taking up. I think the extent to which the local plan, as opposed to, for example, the housing strategy, is the best vehicle to keep pace with that kind of dynamic is probably debatable. Certainly, we have done some work to understand the broad breakdown at the moment in terms of housing needs. I don't know whether Stuart is able to comment on any of the housing monitor, or Lauren will be able to comment further on it. But it is something, along with actually an issue less pertinent in terms of the current debate, but about housing, multiple occupation, and so forth. These are issues, and co-living, etc. These are issues really for the housing strategy, because it is far more agile in updating the council's position and strategy as those needs evolve. But Lauren, I don't know if you can say something.
Thank you. In the subdivision policy for the garden homes policy, there is a mention of it in the supporting text, and I think also in the co-living policy there is a wider sort of consideration of those different ways of configurations of living and how that can be achieved. So it may not be specific to a policy on it, but I think through the range of homes policies we've tried to think about the different provision of different types of housing for different needs.
Thank you. I didn't see it, but there's a lot of papers. Thank you. My second question might be housing, or it was potentially climate change, I don't know which. I cannot understand how we don't have a national policy to do with renewable energy in new homes. I don't know whether we can prioritise development with air source heat pumps or solar panels, or whether, again, that is something that would be battered down by an MPPF. But given the climate situation and even the security situation about importing gas from dubious places, I can't believe we're still building new properties with gas central heating. So I wondered what power we have to encourage more sustainable energy in new builds.
Yeah, sure.
So it is climate change, and it's our net zero policy, and our policy seeks to set standards which go beyond the national standard, and we continue to include that in this draft. It includes a wide variety of measures around achieving that. So that is the aim of that policy in the plan. And it doesn't include gas boilers. No.
Oh, Councillor Lehman, did you want to come back for one more, or?
Stop for now.
Okay, Councillor Brandon.
Just a quick one, which Councillor Helen Leaming's question prompted me to ask. Do we have a provision, a policy which accepts we need to provide bungalows at all? Or a proportion of them as a...
I think we've obviously got policies on accessible and lifetime homes as requirements rather than purely bungalows, and clearly the kind of design and housing tenure mix discussions that take place of any kind of phase of development includes consideration of the appropriateness of different forms of physical forms of realising that, whether through blocks of flats or mid-rise, low-rise, or indeed single-storey dwellings. So we would say that's rather not something for a local plan to deal with, it's a matter for the site characteristics and circumstances to resolve along with the housing needs.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Booth.
I did promise I wasn't going to say anything else, but they've made me think of something now. So it was more around, so obviously the past few weeks we've had the heat waves, and I think, so I live in a house that was only built in 2008, I think, but the extent to which it heats up is quite severe. And I know we'll have policies around materials and the fact that a house should remain cool and also keep the heat in. But British houses generally are fairly terrible at one, quite good at the other. I'm conscious, I think it was Councillor Bear Park talks about the, was it carbon offsetting? It's something related to that anyway, but how can we balance, you know, in my view, a sort of national need for air conditioning at quite a large scale, but is inherently not very good in terms of carbon. Yeah, have we got statements around that in this plan, or do we have a strategy for how we would mitigate those kind of heat waves and increasing temperatures?
Okay, Yep, Mr. Dixon.
So, working with our sustainability officer, policy CCDC has been strengthened as far as we can to absolutely address overheating. We've also, it's not just about how you design the home, it's how you design the place. So on the green infrastructure side, the urban greening factor, part of our green infrastructure policies, is also about creating the right shading and so on. So we think we have developed a strong package of policies which responds to the overheating issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? I just had a couple then, which might bring us to a close. We'll see. Mine, I think, sort of broadly relate to homes. Just a question on the housing mix policy. So the proposed housing mix thresholds or requirements in the policy skew market housing towards larger housing. So in South Cambs, I think it's a 35% of market housing is supposed to be 1 and 2 bed, whereas 55 is 2 bed, 1 and 2 bed affordable, and then it's slightly different for shared ownership. So there's a 20% gap basically. 55% of affordable housing for affordable rent or social rent has to be 1 or 2 bed, with only 35% of market housing, and then that has the corresponding consequence that 65% of market housing is 3 bed plus, whereas only 45% of affordable housing is 3 bed plus. So I understand why that is the case, tracing back through the housing needs assessment, because there obviously is a need for smaller units as affordable housing. But my concern is that the consequence of specifying in the policy is that we're actually baking into our policy that market housing is going to be more expensive, because bigger housing is more expensive. And then that just feeds back in a negative feedback loop, because it makes market housing less affordable, because what we're supplying is disproportionately large, creating more of a need for affordable housing to be smaller, if you see what I mean. So I appreciate that the council is applying, required national policy in terms of establishing housing need. But it does concern me that we're baking in market housing being bigger and therefore less affordable. My first question, or comment, maybe more than a question.
I think there's an element to which, and of course, each planning application that manifests this policy will no doubt be determined by location, so forth, in terms of precise forms. I think what we're reflecting in the policy is the realities here in Greater Cambridge in terms of the balance of both the affordable housing need is very clearly, when talking to housing officers, and significantly in respect of smaller units, and accepting the point that you believe that means that the market homes therefore have to, by inference, be all the larger units. There have been some real difficulties in actually delivering market small units in some of those locations beyond the city, for example, where small units in flats and so forth have been far more reflective of market demand. I don't think the local plan restricts or indeed drives towards high house prices. In fact, the development industry was one of the disincentives to one of the challenges with the housing market at the moment is the price of accommodation. But I think we certainly can give some further thought to that. But I think the policy is sufficiently flexible to, in the right circumstances, to provide for whatever the right appropriate mix of housing is, and the planning process and indeed members' interpretation of that generally tends to kind of strike a balance of the housing mix in reality. This is an overall blended position, you'll appreciate, across a portfolio of 50,000 homes rather than necessarily something that will apply in every single site.
Yeah, and I obviously completely accept that you have to put the housing mix to respond to affordable housing need, which is disproportionately small. So my point, in a sense, is perhaps more about the MPPF and the planning practice guidance and what they force local authorities to do than what we're specifically doing here. But it's a difficult loop to get out of. Thank you. So I just have one other question, but maybe more of a comment than a question. And it relates to one of my bugbears in the days when I was on planning committee, which is vehicle parking. Now, we obviously have a policy on vehicle parking, but again, comment perhaps more than a question. It again concerns me that the language around vehicle parking is very conditional. And actually, if you contrast it with the language around cycle parking language is much more prescriptive. Cycle parking must, you know, da-da-da-da-da. Good, not complaining about that. But when it comes to car parking, it's very much conditional standards. We talk about a vision-led transport assessment. I don't quite know what that is. And I do worry that the language around vehicle parking is too soft. And what you get is what we see in planning committee all the time is people saying, well, we don't have to provide, you know, the minimum standards here because, you know, we've decided it's not needed. And then we end up with housing developments with cars parked everywhere. I was in Clay Farm not that long ago, there were cars literally everywhere. So it does worry me, and I would like tougher language about the minimum standards being something that really does need to be taken seriously by developers rather than something that they can just disregard because that just creates problems for existing residents. I do note the policy does talk about displacement, which I think is a good feature of it, that it says that you need to take account of displacement, but it does also have other language about, you know, design-led and all this stuff, which I know developers use to try and get away with, in my view, providing inadequate parking. But maybe that's more of a comment than a question. But if you have anybody who wants to say anything about it, that would be interesting to hear.
I could maybe speak to this a little bit. So, yeah, we got quite a lot of feedback from the last consultation about parking. I would say that, like, overwhelmingly, the feedback we got was that actually the plan wasn't strict enough in reducing the amount of car parking. But we recognise that we need to design a policy that is sufficiently flexible and gives sort of enough steer that car parking will need to obviously vary depending on the location, the context of that development. You know, what would be acceptable in a location in the centre of Cambridge is going to be very different to in a village in South Cambridgeshire. So what we've tried to do, because I think it was possibly a bit lacking in the previous version, is provide a lot more clarity on the factors that would need to be considered and weighed up in identifying what an appropriate level of car parking is to serve the development. And that was really in response to the feedback I think we got from members quite strongly last time as well, that there wasn't that sufficient recognition that parking can be a problem and insufficient parking can be a real problem in more rural areas. In terms of vision-led, that is a steer that we take from national policy. So national policy has gone through quite a shift in recent years away from a more sort of traditional predict and provide. You sort of provide on the basis of sort of how many cars you think are going to serve the development or use the development, towards more of a vision-led approach, which is actually what is it that we want to achieve on this development in terms of that kind of balance of modes, be that cars versus active travel modes, public transport, and to use that sort of vision for the site as the basis for what the appropriate parking level is. I think the policy is designed to be sufficiently flexible. If we were to strengthen the policy wording, we would have to have really clear and robust evidence, and it would have to be quite spatially detailed, probably on a sort of zonal basis. And the decision was taken not to commission that detailed work, because frankly we didn't feel like we could get a sort of sufficiently detailed and robust study in time, given the really tight timeframes we're working towards for finalising the local plan. But if you have any specific comments about sort of wording, I'm sure we'd be more than happy to take those. So do let us know.
Thank you. Yeah, that might be something I'll put in my feedback, my submission. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Booth.
It was just to back up what you were saying, Councillor Williams, because I think it speaks to your housing mix point more generally. If you took Camborne as an example of when it was designed, it was probably an assumption a 3-bed house would be a 3-bed house, and now we've got a situation where there's more cars, or as many cars as there are people living in that house, with people that have come back from university that are living at home, etc. So that's, I think, to what you were talking about there, about the mix across South Cambridgeshire as a whole will dictate the extent to which it's a problem, because there are these macro trends that we've seen in terms of affordability which have exacerbated what was probably an issue that was always baked in, but I think it's been made more stark by the kind of macroeconomics of getting mortgages, etc. So it was just a extra point.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so members, are there any further points? Okay, excellent. Well, I think we've been through that in an enormous amount of detail. So thank you very much, members, and thank you very much, officers, for your time and for staying so late. And we appreciate it. And Councillor Batchelor.
I don't have a question, just a final word, if that's okay. I just want to say thank you to the committee. Obviously, we've gone through quite a lot, and there was a huge amount we're asking you to read through in essentially a week. So, you know, I think we appreciate your feedback on some of the points this evening. Obviously, the officers are going to Cambridge City Council's Scrutiny Committee. Sorry, it's late. It's Scrutiny Committee tomorrow. So obviously following that, so we'll discuss any changes we might need to make to the final report before it goes to the joint cabinet meetings next week. So I just want to say thank you to you as a committee, because it's certainly been constructive.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Councillor Batchelor. I did just want to make one point, and I'm just going to leave this out there, but just on the point of that joint cabinet meeting, I don't want this necessarily answered now, but I did just have a few queries about the mechanics of that, and that it is 2 separate cabinet meetings occurring in the same room, not a joint meeting. Chief Executive.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out that, Chair. We've noted that from your previous comments, and we've slightly amended the format of the meeting next Tuesday.
Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, members, so on to the recommendation then. So I won't read the whole thing because it's quite long and we've been here long enough, but the recommendation is that Scrutiny notes the following cabinet recommendations and provides feedback on the proposals as set out in the agenda. So is everyone happy to agree? Agreed? Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, wonderful. So we've got one other item on our agenda, which may well be very quick, and that is just item 11, which is our work programme. So we're just being asked to note the work programme for upcoming meetings, subject to any changes as the situation demands. So we've got the growth company coming to see us in September for our next meeting, and we probably won't have many other, if any other. We might have one other item in September. But we've also, as I say, we've got this work programme in front of us with just detailing.
And Chair,
relevant.
the suggestion that we might have health provisions
Yes,
come.
thank you. I should have said that, yes. And I think what we will do is, taking that forward, we will invite the relevant health authorities to a meeting, perhaps December, maybe our December meeting, or November or December, but we'll take that away and work on that. But I don't know if any members have got any comments on the work programme, or are we just happy to say that we've considered it? I'm very happy. I think that's all we need to do. Is that right? Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much. So we can simply look at that. And then just to note, the date of the next meeting is the 17th of September. As I said, we've got the Development Corporation coming, and we are also going to extend an invitation to the Minister, whoever the Minister may be, to come to talk to us about the Development Corporation. Whether they will accept, I do not know, but we will see. So have a great summer, members, and I will see you in September.